Welcome to round 2 of the 2025 Oz Cycling Blackline Track League, coming to you from the Darebin International Sports Centre in Melbourne. We've got some of Australia's brightest young track talents from all around the country here today. And we're in for a fantastic day of track racing today and another one tomorrow. So stay tuned. Thanks to all of you who are joining us on the Oz Cycling live stream. We look forward to your company throughout the day. So our first event of the day will be grading for the women's sprints. We'll have flying 200s for each rider. Each rider will get 3 laps of the track, and only their last 200 metres will be timed. From there, we'll take the fastest times and work out where everyone will be graded for the sprint matchups, which will be coming later this afternoon. So one of the great things about the Blackline Track League competition is that we've got very brightly coloured jerseys for all of our teams here. Riders aren't in their normal club kits. We're in some very fancy-looking matching custom jerseys for each of the teams. We'll see all of the colours in action throughout the day. So the biggest contingent of riders here today will be in the black jerseys of Team Brunks 1916 from Brunswick Cycling Club. You'll also see in the bright yellow, Team Don't Stop Pedalling, sponsored by Banana Man Flooring and McDonald's Bendigo. There are 2 teams in purple jerseys. The Life in Lycra team will be in the darker colour of the purple jerseys, sponsored by Terra Firma and Laneway Talent. The lighter of the purple jerseys will be Team JKT Coaching. We've got 1 rider in the green from Haven Ridge Riders. In the red jerseys today, we'll have the Jets, who are from Blackburn Cycling Club here in Melbourne. In the orange, we'll have Team Modular Dynamics. In royal blue, we'll have Muzz Magic from Balmoral Cycling Club in Queensland. And then we'll have 2 teams with combinations of white and pink. The pink jersey with the white stripes, that is Team Trackion, sponsored by RW Corkery. And the team that is white with the pink stripe is Team Zero Heroes, sponsored by Glowbird NG. So we are moments away from our first starter in the women's sprint grading. That will be Emma Stevens in the pink of Team Trackion. Just waiting for the approval of the commissaires and then we'll get going. All right, a friendly push there for Emma Stevens. She's going to start winding up for her flying 200 metres. So part of the appeal of the Blackline Track League is all of the teams will be competing against each other, hoping to earn points for their team and be crowned the best overall team. So the first round of the Blackline Track League was held about a month ago in Sydney. We're racing here in Melbourne today and tomorrow, and then the third and final round of the Blackline Track League will be held in Adelaide at the end of November. So Emma Stevens getting nice and high up on the track there. Trying to use gravity to her advantage. 2 laps for her to go now. Starting to pick the cadence up there. She gets out of the saddle. She'll dive down to the inside of the track now as the bell goes. And the clock starts on our first event of the Blackline Track League for this weekend. Emma Stevens looking at turning in a good time, 5.608 through the first 100 metres. She comes up towards the line now, and she records 11.392, an average of 63.2 k's an hour. Some warm applause from the crowds, and we're underway for the weekend. Now we're going to be rolling through our sprinters pretty quickly here. So as Emma is cooling down and coming off the track, the next rider, Lexi Phillips, in the orange of Modular Dynamics, is already out and warming up. So an 11.3 for Emma Stevens to start with. I think that time might end up proving quite competitive. Be interesting to see how that holds up through future riders. You'll also see when riders pass the scoreboard, we've got their age categories listed as well. We've got riders from the under 19, under 23 and under 25 ranks racing here this weekend. Bell rings for Lexi Phillips now. So the rider in the orange of Modular Dynamics starts the clock there. Pedaling hard down that back straight. Head tucked for aerodynamics. 6.487 through the first 100 metres. Coming up towards the line now. And she stops the clock in 13.145. An average of 54.8 k's an hour. Next rider up with the white disc wheel, that's Addison Tor of Life in Lycra. So this is the darker of the two teams with purple jerseys. So Addison Tor, a rider from Bendigo, a town that's produced a number of great cyclists across just about every cycling discipline over the years. She was in action here last weekend for the Victorian State Omnium Championships. And now looking to turn her attention to the Blackline Track League. Good to hear plenty of cheering from the infield as well. Riders might be on different teams, but they're still great friends. Addison Tor into her sprint effort now. Looks to be pushing quite a big gear as she comes up through the back straight. Third provisional time through the first 100 metres. Comes through and stops the clock in 13.502. So an average of 53.3 k's an hour. Third best time so far. So the next rider up is April Catt. She's in the light purple jersey of Team JKT Coaching. So the riders from Team JKT Coaching, predominantly from South Australia. April's wearing the shorts of the South Australian Sports Institute SASI. But she's representing Team JKT Coaching here this weekend. Coming through to get the bell now. She's under 19 rider April Catt. Coming up towards the halfway point now, 6.047, second fastest so far through the first 100 metres. She'll come up to the line, stop the clock. She stays second fastest, 12.289, an average of 58.6 k's an hour. So Emma Stevens from Team Tracyon with that 11.3, still holding the fastest time so far. Next rider up in the bright yellow of team Don't Stop Pedaling. This is Lachey Madden. So Team Don't Stop Pedaling, sponsored by McDonald's, Bendigo and Banana Man Flooring. So the under 23 rider in the yellow really starting to wind up now, staying nice and high on the track. Just about to come through and get the bell. There goes the bell. She's tucked down low and aero as she starts the clock. Turning the gear over nicely. Fourth fastest through the first 100 metres. Turns into the home straight now. Still powering along, stops the clock. Fifth fastest time so far, 13.679, an average of 52.6 k's an hour. So the next rider on track in the green jersey there, that's Michaela Tobin, representing Team Haven Ridge this weekend. She's actually the only rider starting today in the colours of Haven Ridge. She's actually from the Brunswick Cycling Club, but we hear that she might have forgotten her black Brunswick jersey this morning, but we had a spare Haven Ridge one lying around, so felt like a good solution. The other thing, of course, to consider is that the Haven Ridge logo is pink and green, and after seeing Michaela's pink helmet, we thought that the matchy-matchy opportunity was perhaps too good to pass up. So Michaela Tobin of Haven Ridge coming down to get the bell now. So the under-19 rider pedaling hard up that back straight, coming up towards the halfway point so far. Sixth fastest at halfway. Still turning the gear hard as she comes up towards the line to stop the clock. Sixth fastest for Michaela Tobin, 14.342, an average of 50.2 k's an hour. So this is Ella Liang from Team Trackyon, now on track. Recent representative for Australia at the Track Junior World Championships, which were held at Apeldoorn in the Netherlands. So the question is, will she be able to challenge the time of 11.382 of Emma Stevens, who's our current leader so far? She's accelerating hard as she comes down to get the bell. Powerful standing acceleration there as she starts the clock. Back very flat as she comes up the back straight. Second fastest at the halfway point. This could well be close to challenging for the lead. She comes up and stops the clock. Second fastest for Ella Liang, 12.068, an average of 59.7 k's an hour. Taking to the track now is rider number 52, Ruby McLean from Team Don't Stop Pedaling. as we've seen most of our riders do, aiming to get as much assistance from gravity as possible as she comes down through to start her 200-metre sprint. Turning the legs over very smoothly, she comes up towards halfway, fourth fastest at the halfway point. Coming up towards the line now, stops the clock, fourth fastest time, 12.336, an average of 58.4 k's an hour. And as she leaves the track, the next rider up is number 49, Hope Harnetti, also of team Don't Stop Pedaling. Hope's a rider from Castlemaine Cycling Club. And because we're in Victoria, it's pronounced Castlemaine Cycling Club. When she competes at round 3 later this month, it'll be Castlemaine. So already a good little buzz happening around the track here. We've got a decent crowd in. Quite a few riders in the infield cheering on teammates and friends. Hope Harnetti now coming through to start her flying 200. Looking good coming down the back straight. Head tuck nice and low for aerodynamics. Second fastest at halfway. Coming up towards the line now. She stops the clock, second fastest. So she's the second rider under 12 seconds, 11.8 flat. At an average of 61 k's an hour. So a very, very promising effort there from Hope Harnetti. Next rider up is number 46, Indiana Plant, in the dark purple jersey of Team Life in Lycra. Sponsored by Terra Firma and Laneway Talent. So the rider in the dark purple, Indiana Plant, just about to receive the bell here and start her flying 200. Standing acceleration down the home straight. Head tuck low as she started her flying 200. Down she goes down the back straight. Coming into the halfway point, ninth fastest so far. But looking to hold strong as she comes up towards the line to stop the clock. Ninth fastest time for Indiana Plant. In a time of 13.765, an average of 52.3 k's an hour. The rider in the orange now on track, that's Maddie Pitt of Team Modular Dynamics. So Maddie Pitt now getting ready for her flying 200, nice and high on the track. Couple of supportive calls from the infield there. Goes through and starts the clock. Nice high cadence coming down the back straight. Sixth fastest through the first 100 metres. Thrashes all the way to the line there. Sixth fastest time, 12.342. An average of 58.3 k's an hour. So the next rider is Paige Squire, number 30 in the red. of the Blackline Track League leading Jets team from Blackburn Cycling Club. So to give you an idea of the current point standings in the Blackline Track League, the Blackburn Jets are in first place with 815 points. Then it is the Zero Heroes, sponsored by Glowbird Energy. They're in the white and pink. They're in second place at the moment with 581 points. Then Modular Dynamics are in third. So Paige Squire coming down to start her flying 200 metres. The Blackburn rider looking strong up the back straight. They're fourth fastest at halfway. Keeps it going all the way to the line there. Fourth fastest it is on the line, 12.248. An average speed of 58.8 kilometres an hour. And no sooner has one Blackburn rider finished an effort, another one will start. This is Alana Lake, also of the Jets. So just going back to the standings going into today, Modular Dynamics are in third place, but they're only 2 points behind the Zero Heroes team. Fourth place are the yellow of Team Don't Stop Pedaling. Then it is Team Trackion in fifth, JKT Coaching sixth, Haven Ridge seventh, Team Muzz Magic, sponsored by Balmoral Cycling Club. They're in the royal blue. We'll see some of their riders a bit later. They're in eighth. Team Brunks 1916. The Brunswick Club are currently in ninth place, but given they have the biggest contingent of riders here, I suspect they will probably boost themselves up the leaderboard this weekend. And Team Life in Lycra, the team in the dark purple, are currently in 10th spot. So Alana Lake from the series leading Blackburn Jets. Flying down the back straight there. Comes up to halfway. Eighth fastest so far. Keeps it going all the way to the line. Eighth fastest over the line, 12.520, an average of 57.5 k's an hour. So the next rider up on track, this is Emily Watch in the white and pink jersey of the Zero Heroes, sponsored by Glowbird Energy. So the team currently in second place behind the Jets at the start of this weekend. But the Jets have got a fairly comfortable lead at the moment. Be interesting to see how that changes over the course of this afternoon. Emily Watch from the nation's capital, wearing the shorts of the ACT Academy of Sport. One of the great things about the Blackline Track League is it gets some of Australia and New Zealand's brightest young track talents all together racing each other. So Emily Watch now dives down the track to start her flying 200. The rider in the white approaching halfway now. Fifth fastest time at halfway, just over 6 seconds. Comes through and stops the clock. Fourth fastest overall, 12.122, an average of 59.4 k's an hour. Next up, Jemima Hargraves from Team Don't Stop Pedaling. Our second last rider in this first lot of women's sprint grading. Will be on to the men's sprint grading shortly. So Jemima Hargraves, I'm not sure if you can see it on the live stream, but she's got a little yellow ribbon in the back of her hair. That's got to be at least a couple of extra watts for style points there. I'm sure it's aerodynamically more efficient as well. So Jemima Hargraves now gets the bell. Starts her effort. Flying up the back straight here on her flying 200. Comes into halfway, 14th fastest. Keeps it rolling into the home straight now. Pushes all the way to the end. Stops the clock in 14th place, 13.872. An average of just under 52 k's an hour. And our last rider to do their women's sprint grading now on track, Montana Collier, also of team Don't Stop Pedaling. So Montana Collier now gets the bell. Charging hard as she's about to start her flying 200. Pedaling hard down the black straight. Good to hear some cheering from her Don't Stop Pedaling teammates. She's not going to stop pedaling. Comes up towards the line now. Stops the clock 15th fastest, 14.198. An average of 50.7 k's an hour. So the first of our men's sprint grading riders now taking to the track. This is Mitchell Stevens from Team Zero Heroes. So our first rider in the women's sprint grading ended up posting the fastest time out of everyone. So we'll see if that follows here. Mitchell Stevens now coming through to start the clock. Building up some good speed down the back straight. Halfway mark, he's at 5.596. Coming up to set the first mark of the men's sprint grading, 11.330. An average of 63.5 k's an hour. The next rider up, Max Woodruff, also of Zero Heroes. So he's got 11.33 from his teammate to beat for first place. So Max Woodruff now sprinting hard as he comes in towards the bell. Into his flying 200 now. How will he measure up against his teammate Mitchell Stevens? Faster at halfway, comes through towards the line now, stops the clock, fastest, new fastest time, 11.174, an average of 64.4 k's an hour. So the next rider up is the first rider we've seen so far in the royal blue of Team Muzz Magic, the Balmoral squad. Just summing a little bit of the magic of the Murari Criterium Circuit and Velodrome, the home of the Balmoral Club. Mitchell was a member of the Aussie team that went to Junior Track Worlds at Apeldoorn in the Netherlands a few months ago. And he starts winding up, dives down the track as the guitar solo from Joker and the Thief plays in the background. Starts the clock on his flying 200, looking strong as he comes up the back straight. Fastest through the first 100 metres. Can he hold that all the way to the line? Comes up and stops the clock. 10.554, an average of 68.2 k's an hour. Comfortably the new fastest time. I think that one will take a bit of beating. So next up, rider number 79, Lockie Stewart, wearing the dark purple of Team Life in Lycra. Lockie Stewart's had a very good 24 hours. It was announced just last night that he will be joining the junior development team for Decathlon AG2R on the road next year, or Decathlon AG2R, depending on how French your pronunciation needs to be. He was also the winner of the Victorian Senior State Omnium Championships last weekend, even though he is still an under-19. So Lockie Stewart now fires down through the line, 1 lap to go. Starts the clock. Be interesting to see how he compares to Mitchell Louis here. Coming up the back straight. Third fastest at halfway. Pedaling hard all the way to the line. Stops the clock. Third fastest time, 11.316. An average of 63.6 k's an hour. Next rider up is the first of the riders in the black from Bronx. In this men's sprint grading, this is Benjamin Holmes. So somewhat unusually for a track rider, Ben also dabbles a bit in cyclocross. He was the overall winner of the Victorian CX Series for men's B grade this year. And he very courteously chose not to lap me when we were racing a couple of times, even though he very well could have, possibly to protect my fragile middle-aged ego. So Ben Holmes coming through the line. Nice high cadence there as he starts the clock. Coming down the back straight. Fifth fastest at halfway. Coming up towards the line now. Stops the clock, 12.388. Fifth place and an average of 58.1 k's an hour. Next rider up, number 65, Aubrey Price, also from the Bronx 1916 team. Like Ben Holmes and Lockie Stewart, Aubrey Price was in action here at the Victorian State Omnium Championships last weekend. So certainly no stranger to the boards here at Disc. Plenty of encouragement coming from the infield there for Aubrey Price as he comes through and gets the bell. 1 lap to go. Charging hard up that back straight. He is second fastest at halfway. Looking strong as he comes up towards the line. Stops the clock. Second fastest. 10.965, an average of 65.7 k's an hour. Next rider on track, number 61, Xavier Bland, in the pink of Trachyon. Sponsored by RW Corkery. Xavier Bland, wearing the skin suit of the New South Wales Institute of Sport with his Track-On jersey over the top. That's a look that a lot of riders are going for this weekend. Coming in towards the home straight now. Gets the bell, 1 lap to go. He's got a good head of steam as he starts his effort. So the rider in the pink jersey pedaling hard up that back straight, stops the clock, fastest at halfway, coming in towards the line now. Be interesting to see where this time lines up. Fastest, new fastest time, 10.372, an average of 69.4 k's an hour. Have to think he'd be pleased with that one. So 10.372 from Xavier Bland, now the mark to beat. He's dislodged Mitchell Louis in the blue of Team Muzz Magic from the top of the standings. Next rider up, Ravi Hermkens, also of Team Track-On. Harvey wearing the shorts from Central Coast Cycling Club. Coming through to get the bell now. The Track-On rider fully committed as he starts the clock on his flying 200. Coming up towards halfway, 7th fastest at halfway. Turns into the home straight now, still pedaling hard all the way to the line, 7th fastest. For Ravi Hermkens, 11.611, an average of 62 k's an hour. Next rider up is Zaran Fong Sutton from Team Don't Stop Pedaling. So Zaran Fong Sutton, the only rider from Team Don't Stop Pedaling in the men's sprint grading. They had 5 riders take to the track in the women's sprint grading. So an opportunity, I think, coming up today for Team Don't Stop Pedaling to move themselves up in the table from their current 4th place. So none of these sprint gradings will count towards their overall standing. We'll wait for the actual max sprints, which will happen later today. So Zaran Fong Sutton comes through, gets the bell there, starts the timer on his flying 200. There he goes down the back straight. Coming in towards that halfway mark, 3rd fastest at halfway. So a good effort from Zaran Fong Sutton, 3rd fastest overall, 10.74 and an average of 67 k's an hour. Next rider up, Angus Withington in the dark purple of Team Life in Lycra, sponsored by Terra Firma and Laneway Talent. Rider from the ACT, who represented Australia at the Junior World Championships in August this year over in the Netherlands. He's got his long-sleeved ACT Academy of Sport track skin suit on with his jersey over the top. Staying very high on the track, wants maximum possible leverage when he dives down towards the line, which he's about to do now. Comes through, makes the dive well after the finish line there. Starts his flying 200, looking strong up the back straight. 4th fastest at halfway as he comes through turn 4 and up towards the finish line. Pedaling furiously, 5th fastest over the line, 11.012 and an average of 65.4 k's an hour. Now it is is Daniel Googe in the orange of Modular Dynamics. So he'll be the next rider to post a time here. So the only rider in the orange from Team Modular Dynamics to be posting a sprint time here in the men's. He's got disc wheels front and rear as he comes down to start his final lap. Comes up towards the halfway point, 10th fastest at halfway. Stops the clock there, 10th fastest on the line, 11.778, with an average speed of 61.1 k's an hour over that last fifth of a k. Ewan Grierson in the light pink of Team JKT Coaching. The next rider up, so we've gone from Daniel Googe in under 25, one of the older riders in the field, to Ewan Grierson in under 19, who'll be among the younger portion of riders racing this weekend. So Ewan Grierson now gets some cheers from the infield as he is coming down to get the bell. 1 lap to go for him. Pushing hard as he starts the clock. Nice low position. Quite aerodynamic as he goes through halfway. 11th fastest. Holds on all the way to the line. 11th fastest on the line. 11.957 and an average of 60.2 k's an hour. Team JKT coaching teammate Cody Brown, number 33, the next rider up for his effort. So Cody Brown of JKT Coaching now winding up his effort as the guitar solo from Black Betty plays in the background. Had a very good selection of nice hard rock tracks, well suited to a sprint effort. So Cody Brown making his way down the back straight. Through halfway, he's the 10th fastest rider. Coming up towards the line now, stops the clock at 11.85 with an average speed of 60.8 k's an hour. So our fastest time still being held by Xavier Bland from Team Trakion, 10.372. The next rider up, number 31, the first of 3 riders in a row from the Blackburn Jets. This is Ruben Smith. Plenty of noise being made from Ruben Smith in the infield as he comes through to start his flying 200. Certainly not afraid to give it the beans past the finish line there. He's starting with a great head of steam. Comes down the back half of the track. 4th fastest at halfway. Looking good as he comes through turn 4. The rider with the 1 black wheel, 1 white wheel. 4th fastest, 10.759. an average of 66.9 k's an hour. His next teammate up, Noah Brooks, also of the Jets, right at number 29. So not a surprise to see strong contingents from both the Blackburn and Brunswick clubs here this weekend, given that this is home turf for them, although those riders will be very familiar with riding at the indoor velodrome here at Disc. Noah Brooks starting to wind up now as he comes in towards the bell. Takes the bell, 1 lap to go. Hearing plenty of cheering from around the velodrome, which is always great to see. 14th fastest at halfway. Noah Brooks trying to hold strong as he comes up towards the line. Stops the clock. 14th fastest, 12.272, and an average of 58.7 k's an hour. Third and final of the Jets riders competing in our men's sprint grading. Out on track now, this is Benjamin Woods, rider number 25 in the black helmet there. Woods now starting to wind up. Out of the saddle now as he comes in towards the bell. He's a long way forward on his machine. Almost as though he can try and reach out and get over the finish line a little bit sooner with his head. 6th fastest time at halfway. Coming up towards the line now. Stops the clock, 6th fastest. 10.988, an average of 65.5 k's an hour. And draws a warm round of applause from the crowd here. Next rider up in the white of Zero Heroes is Rory Fisk, number 18. Our 2 fastest times so far being held by Xavier Bland of Team Trackion and Mitchell Louis of Muzz Magic. There's the under-19 rider Rory Fisk now. Getting ready to launch himself into 1 lap of furious pedaling here. Out of the saddle as he comes down to get the bell. Starts the clock there. Nice high cadence as he goes down the back straight. 15th fastest at halfway. We'll see if he can improve that as he comes up towards the line. Stops the clock. 15th fastest, 12.022. Just shy of 60 k's an hour. Rider up in the black of Bronx 1916. This is Riley Boyd. Yeah, Brunswick Club has had a very successful year, especially in terms of its alumni. Some of their riders have gone on to great success this year. Sarah Gigante took 2 stage wins at the Women's Giro d'Italia. Luke Platt won a stage of the Men's Giro. And the Chilean rider Catalina Soto Campos has recently just signed a 2-year extension with her Laboral Kutscher team in Spain. So Riley Boyd now Winding things up with that distinctive yellow disc wheel as he comes in towards the line. Giving it everything as he comes through to start his 200 metres. Plenty of encouragement from the infield. He's 9th fastest at halfway, coming up towards the line now, holding strong. 9th fastest over the line for Riley Boyd, 11.252, and an average of 64 k's an hour. So 3 riders left to complete their men's sprint grading here. The next rider to do a flying 200 will also be from Bronx 1916. This is Lachlan Trenton. So Lachlan Trenton now starts to pick up the cadence with a lap and a half to go. The Pursuiters sprint there as he comes down and gets the bell. Starts the clock on his flying 200. Looking nice and low and aerodynamic down the back straight. 12th fastest at halfway. Pedaling hard all the way to the line here, keeps the head tucked low. 12th fastest for Lachlan Trenton, 11.361 with an average of 63.4 k's an hour. So next rider up is Will Emilius from Team Muzz Magic. Our last 2 riders, I think are both from Team Muzz Magic. Will Emilius now coming through to get the bell on his sprint effort. Rider from Team Muzz Magic, Balmoral Cycling Club squad. Flying up the back straight there. We'll see how he's going at halfway. 8th fastest at halfway. Comes up towards the line now. Stops the clock. 9th fastest time overall. 11.184 and an average speed of 64.4 k's an hour. Rider number 4, Sebastian Topping, also in the royal blue of Muzz Magic. Sebastian Topping, wearing the skin suit, I think, of the Queensland Academy of Sport. Starts to wind up now with a lap and a half to go. Picks up the cadence a bit. Out of the saddle now as he comes down to get the bell. So 1 lap to go now for Sebastian Topping. Starts the clock there. The call of push comes from the crowd. I'm sure he'll take that on board. Halfway through, 11th fastest at the 100 metre mark. Comes up towards the line, stops the clock. 10th fastest time, 11.237. We've got one more rider to complete a flying 200. So this is rider number 72. is Oscar Gallagher from the Jets. Oscar Gallagher, an under-23 rider, was right in the mix here last weekend at the Victorian State Omnium Championship, battling the likes of Lockie Stewart and Logan Taplin for overall honours. Logan Taplin originally on the start list today, unfortunately can't be with us. Oscar Gallagher comes down and gets the bell, wearing the red of the series-leading Blackburn Jets as he starts up the back straight there. He is 16th fastest at halfway, turns into the home straight now, keeps it strong all the way to the line, 15th fastest on the line, 11.548. Oscar Gallagher, an average of 62.3 k's an hour. I believe that concludes the sprint gradings. So we'll sort everyone by their times. We'll derive some sprint matchups for a little bit later on in the program. And we'll get started shortly on some bunch racing. So we'll now start moving into some of our group racing here. Our first event in the group races will be Women's Enduro Scratch, a 20-lap race. So 3 riders taking part here in the Black Bronx 1916. Hannah Pettit, Quinn Rothabula and Lavinia Ward. 2 riders in the yellow of Team Modular Dynamics, Audrey Pritchard and Jemima Hargraves. Quite easy to tell apart. Audrey Pritchard has the very distinctive rear yellow disc wheel. Also got Addison Torr in the dark purple of Team Life in Lycra. And Caitlin Williamson in the white of Team Zero Heroes. Should soon have the all clear from the commissaires.
Go ahead. Yep, we'll do.
Whistle blows. And our women's enduro scratch race is underway, 20 laps. Scratch racing being the simplest of all of the track cycling disciplines to explain. If it's the last lap and you're first over the line, you win. Pretty straightforward and simple. We actually have 4 riders here from Team Bronx in 1916. So Hannah Pettit is number 6, Billy Russell 64, Quinn Rothenbuehler, number 66, and Lavinia Ward, number 68. So rider number 64 on the front of the bunch, checking over her shoulder there. That's Billy Russell. She swings through and lets Audrey Pritchard have a turn at the front. Addison Torr from Team Lycra with the white disc wheel and the dark purple. Also has a bit of a turn. It's now Caitlin Williamson of the Zero Heroes, alongside rider number 6, Hannah Pettit, at the front of the bunch. It will be interesting to see, given that they have 4 riders in an 8-rider race, if Brunks 1916 try to leverage their numbers advantage at any point here. Billy Russell just checks over her shoulder. Audrey Pritchard comes through and takes a quick turn. Well, the bunch rotating fairly smoothly for the time being. But as with all things track racing, that I'm sure will only be temporary. And as soon as I say that, Lavinia Ward it is from Team Brunks 1916. Fires up an attack. There's still 15 laps to go. So I think that's Quinn Rothenbuehler now at the front of the bunch, chasing behind. On the red bike there, rider number 66. It is indeed Quinn Rothenbuehler. This will be Billy Russell in the white helmet, trying to come across now. So Team Brunts 1916 occupying positions 1 through 4 on the track. Quinn Rothenbuehler sort of drifting slowly back through the bunch, not deliberately trying to get in anyone's way, but if she accidentally happens to slow the bunch behind down, I'm sure she wouldn't complain. Could we even see a mini team time trial here for the Brunks 1916 riders? So Quinn Rothenbuehler actually now at the front of that leading trio, along with Lavinia Ward and Billy Russell. The Brunks rider who is in with the main field, that's Hannah Pettit, rider number 6. As it is Audrey Pritchard who's now looking at bridging the gap across to our leading trio. So Quinn Rothenbuehler, the rider in the black helmet, and amongst the 3 Brunswick riders at the front. So Quinn's had quite a successful season, not just on the track, but in cyclocross as well. Competing very well at the Victorian CX Series in women's B grade. So the 3 Brunks 1906 riders all swinging off very smoothly at the moment. Nice, even rotation, almost like a team pursuit squad, but without the aero bars at the front of their machines. A bridging effort coming up from behind from Jemima Hargraves, the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling. I'd say she's halfway across the gap now. And Jemima Hargraves burying herself to try and get across here as we get 8 laps to go of this 20-lap race. So the 3 riders from Brunks 1916 just about to be joined by a 4th, it looks like. So Quinn Rothenbuehler takes her time swinging back into the line. Wants to make sure Jemima Hargraves doesn't have any draft whatsoever if she's going to try and get back across to Lavinia Ward and Billy Russell. So Ward and Russell swapping off smoothly now. Quinn Rothenbuehler wants Jemima Hargraves to do all the work if she wants to bring them back across. Smart riding there from Rothenbuehler. That'll help advantage her teammates. So coming up now with 5 laps to go. So Lavinia Ward there in first place, just flicks her elbow. Billy Russell now comes through to take the lead of our front duo. Quinn Rothenbuehler holding strong in third, just ahead of Jemima Hargraves. Jemima Hargraves just letting the wheel go a little bit. I think that bridging effort might have cost her. So 4 laps to go. The Brunks 1916 team holding positions 1, 2 and 3 on the track at the moment. as the bunch behind of Addison Torr, Audrey Pritchard, Hannah Pettit and Caitlin Williamson. Now 3/4 of a lap behind our leaders. It looks like that's Billy Russell who's now gone clear. So our 3 riders in black at the front of the race is Billy Russell, then Lavinia Ward, then Quinn Rothenbuehler. It looks like Billy Russell is going to be in danger of coming through and actually catching the bunch there with 2 laps to go. Billy Russell still looking strong as she accelerates on the right-hand side of our main peloton. So 1 lap to go for Billy Russell now. Audrey Pritchard right in her wheel. Will Billy Russell have enough in the tank to hold off Pritchard on this final lap sprint? Coming up towards the checkered flag now, and it will be Billy Russell. Pritchard has to keep pushing on. As a little bit further back, it will be Lavinia Ward who'll take 2nd place for Brunks. And Quinn Rothenbuehler holds on for 3rd. So a clean sweep of the podium in that first race for the Brunks 1916 team. A brave ride from behind by Jemima Hargraves. And it is Audrey Pritchard. Ooh, a throw on the line there between Hannah Pettit and Caitlin Williamson. We'll leave that up to the decision of the commissaires. I'm sitting just above the finish line. It looked very close from where I'm sitting. A very successful race there for the squad in black of Brunks 1916. As our next race on track will be men's enduro scratch, 30 laps. 7.5 kilometres. I think we're just waiting for the last few of the riders in the men's enduro scratch to filter on down. So 4 riders from Team Brunks 1916 in the black in this one. Sam Hudson, Thomas Williamson, Aubrey Price and Benjamin Holmes. 2 riders on the start list for Team Modular Dynamics, Daniel Googe and David Kwan. I must say I can't say either of them lined up trackside at the moment. You can see 2 riders in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling. It'll be Bryce Nichols and Sebastian Freer. So riders now out on course. It is Sebastian Freer of Don't Stop Pedaling. In first place at the moment, he's got Lawson Fransman of Zero Heroes at 2nd wheel. And it is Bryce Nichols. And I think that might be Thomas Williamson, the tall rider from Brunks 1916 in the black in 4th place. In the light purple of JKT coaching will be Ben Metcalf. Whistle blows and we're underway. So a 30-lap race in total. And the tall figure of Thomas Williamson there just swings over. And Metcalf of JKT coaching to hand over. Sam Hudson is now in the white helmet. And Ben Holmes, the next one through. Two riders in this race in the red of the series-leading Blackburn Jets. Rider number 74, that's Alistair Norris. His teammate a little further back is number 72, that's Oscar Gallagher. Aubrey Price from Bronx 1916 now leading the bunch. So a bit of a mix of riders with and without team support in this one. So we've got Lawson Frantzman in the white of Zero Heroes, Ben Metcalf of JKT Coaching, and Lockie Stewart in the dark purple of Life in Lycra, all flying solo here. We've got four riders from Bronx 1916, Sam Hudson, Thomas Williamson, Aubrey Bryce and Benjamin Holmes. Two riders from the Jets, they're in the red in the middle of the pack. Alistair Norris at the moment just in front of his teammate Oscar Gallagher. And two riders in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling. Sebastian Freer, number 53, is the shorter of the two. He's about halfway down the main peloton at the moment, with his teammate Bryce Nichols just towards the rear of the field. So 25 laps to go now. Everyone seems to be pretty happy to tick off the laps in fairly smooth fashion so far. It'll be interesting to see how things shape up a little later on. The dark purple jersey of Lockie Stewart just in second last wheel in the pack. His trademark is to attack long and hard from about 5 laps out and try and go solo. He used that tactic to great effect last weekend at the Victorian State Omnium Championships. He's also a former under-17 national time trial champion on the road, so certainly not afraid to ride alone. Powerful as Lockie Stewart is, he is the only rider from his team in this race. So we saw in the women's scratch race, Bronx 1916 use their numerical advantage to tactical benefit. It'll be interesting to see if the riders in this field have similar ideas. Of course, it's one thing to have the tactical genius, you've also got to have the legs to pull it off as well. Aubrey Price leading the bunch there. Just swings up the track to let Lockie Stewart have a turn. Lockie Stewart very quick to flip the elbow there. Doesn't want to spend too much time on the front if he doesn't have to. There's a bit of rolling on the stereo here as the riders have rolled through 18 laps to go. All is calm in the bunch for now. For now. Thomas Williamson from Brunswick, quick to let Ben Metcalf, the light purple of JKT Coaching, come through for a turn. Now with that we'll move into the first of our sponsor spotlights for today. As the racing's going on, we'll take a moment to shout out and thank some of the sponsors who have made the team racing here possible. So Team JKT Coaching is led by the powerhouse duo of KT Ward and Josh Harrison, bringing world-class cycling experience and a personal touch to every athlete they work with. Josh Harrison is a professional road and track cyclist, former member of the Australian Endurance Squad, winner of 5 national titles of World Cup Gold and World Junior Championship Gold. KT Ward is a 2-time Commonwealth Games gold medalist, multiple international podium finisher, 7-time Australian national champion, and former Australian Institute of Sport, South Australian Institute of Sport, and Victorian Institute of Sport athlete. Together they provide tailored coaching programs designed to help every athlete achieve their goals, balancing performance, lifestyle and personal growth. said Lockie Stewart might try from 5 laps to go. He's decided to prove me wrong and wind things up from a bit further out. Real injection of pace here as they've gone through 13 laps to go. So we're just over halfway now. The 2 riders from Team Don't Stop Pedaling well positioned there. So Bryce Nichols, number 48, quick to hand back over to Lockie Stewart. As it is Thomas Williamson who's trying to stick in the wheel of the rider from Team Life in Lycra. So a definite injection of pace now. We've left the calm of the opening early laps behind. And almost as soon as a rider defers up the track and wants to let someone else lead them through, Lockie Stewart happy to come through and do a turn. Alistair Norris, the rider, the taller of the 2 Blackburn Jets riders, now at the front. Number 67, Ben Holmes there. That's his teammate come through and have a turn, Aubrey Price. And the pace has just gone out of this bunch again now. I think there'll be a lot of heads on swivels here. Folks looking at their rivals, seeing if they can gain an advantage. Eight laps to go now. Riders spreading out over the track, some riders wanting to stay high, cast their eyes down the track to see if anyone wants to make a move, some riders choosing to stay low. Oscar Gallagher it is, number 72, just swings off the front. Sebastian Freer, the shorter of the 2 riders from Don't Stop Pedaling, just checks over his shoulder as his teammate Bryce Nichols comes through for a turn. Thomas Williamson finds himself with a bit of a gap at the front of the field, almost by accident. Decides that with 5 laps to go, it's not the right time to make a move. Swings up the track and decides to let the cards reshuffle. Aubrey Price there, the rider from Brunswick, keeping a very, very close eye on Lockie Stewart as we come through 4 laps to go now. Sebastian Freer from Team Don't Stop Pedaling finds himself drifting towards the front of the field alongside Ben Holmes of Brunks. Lots of riders looking around here, thinking about potential advantages, staying high on the track, waiting to see who'll be the first to blink and make a move, dive down to the inside and see if they can get away. As the tension continues to build, looks like it will be Bryce Nichols from Don't Stop Pedaling who'll be the first to throw his cards on the table. 2 laps to go now. Alistair Norris in second wheel at the moment. And it is Franceman from Zero Heroes up to 3rd spot. So Alistair Norris looking very strong as he's going to come through with 1 lap to go. Aubrey Price charging around the outside there in the black of Brunks 1916. He's got a lot of work to do, but Aubrey Price has managed to overhaul Alistair Norris. So coming in to take the flag now. It looks like it'll be Aubrey Price who'll take the win. Alistair Norris 2nd, Lockie Stewart 3rd. Thomas Williamson, I think, might have gotten across for 4th there. Possibly Lawson Franceman in 5th place. Aubrey Price will be very happy with the outcome of that race. And another good result there for the Brunks 1916 team. Aubrey Price, the winner of that one. Alistair Norris, Lockie Stewart, Thomas Williamson. The first 4 riders over the line. With a time of 9 minutes 44 seconds, 0.49. Next up will be the first of our heats for the women's keirin. So for those not familiar with the keirin, I'm sure we've got quite a knowledgeable audience both here at Disc in person and also watching online. But if you happen to not be familiar with the keirin format, it is a 6-lap race, the first 3 laps of which the riders are motor paced behind a motorcycle journey. Riders are not allowed to overtake the journey for the first 3 laps. The journey swings off with 3 laps to go, and then it is a 3-lap all-out race to the line. So starting in this women's keirin heat, in the orange jersey of Modular Dynamics, we have Maddie Pitt. 2 riders in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling, Hope Harnetti and Montana Collier. 2 riders also from Brunks, Lavinia Ward and Billy Russell. And 2 riders in shades of purple. In the light purple of JKT Coaching is April Catt. And in the dark purple of Life in Leica will be Addison Tor. Now, ordinarily in a keirin, riders would be held in place by a helper to assist in speeding things along today and making sure that a quick game is a good game. All riders will be starting holding the railing at the top of the track. So the riders draw in the keirin is determined randomly before the start. So in position number 1 at the front of the field is April Catt. Then number 2 is Montana Collier. She's in the black helmet from team Don't Stop Pedaling. Just behind her, number 64, Billy Russell from Brunks. Then in the orange, number 43, Maddie Pitt from Modular Dynamics. Addison Tor, the rider in the dark purple of Life in Lycra. Hope Harnetti in second last wheel there, also of Don't Stop Pedaling. And last in the train, at number 68, Lavinia Ward from Brunks. So whistle blows and the journey comes through. So the journey will gradually pick up speed over the course of its 3 laps on the track. There was a time when the keirin was a race that was a little bit longer. The traditional keirin, which originally started in Japan, had riders competing in an 8-lap race, 5.5 behind the journey, and then 2.5 racing on their own. UCI reforms recently have swapped it to a slightly simpler 3 laps on, 3 laps off. So the journey starting to pick up speed as Seven Nation Army's blaring in the background. Soundtrack selection has been absolutely fantastic today. Really good at getting riders to lock in and get the most out of themselves. All right, the blinker comes on the journey. They'll swing off the track now. 3 laps to go for these riders, as it is April Catt from JKT who leads them. Montana Collier in second wheel. And it is Billy Russell. Maddie Pitt just moving a little higher up the track, as is Hope Harnetti. April Catt keeping her head on a swivel here. 2 laps to go now. No major moves just yet. But Billy Russell and Maddie Pitt looking at putting themselves in good positions. Hope Harnetti also moving up the outside in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling. They're going to come through and get the bell now. Hope Harnetti winds it up around the outside. April Catt holding good position at the bottom of the track there in the purple of JKT Coaching. Maddie Pitt in the orange of Modular Dynamics now looking to challenge Hope Harnetti around the outside. Charging up towards the finish line now, and it will be Hope Harnetti by half a wheel over Maddie Pitt there. And then I think third place might well have been Lavinia Ward coming from behind to pick that up. We'll leave that to the discretion of the commissaires. So the results from that one: Hope Harnetti in first place, Maddie Pitt in second, Lavinia Ward third, April Catt fourth. So, heat number 2 for the women's keirin, just lining up and getting ready to start. 5 riders, all from different teams. In the white of Zero Heroes is Emily Watch. In the red of the Jets, that's Paige Squire. In the yellow of Team Don't Stop Pedaling is Ruby McLean. In the green of Haven Ridge, that's Michaela Tobin. And in the orange of Modular Dynamics will be Lexi Phillips. Riders just hopping their rear wheels, making sure they're in a comfortable position to start. The motion is made to the dirty and they starts coming around the track. So starting in position number 1 in the yellow, Ruby McLean. In position number 2 in the green of Haven Ridge is Michaela Tobin. In third place in the white of Zero Heroes is Emily Watch. In the orange of Modular Dynamics is Lexi Phillips, and on the back, Paige Squire of the Blackburn Jets. So starting to wind things up there. Things got a little tactical in the last keirin race. Be interesting to see how this one plays out, given that all 5 riders are from different teams. Nobody has any incentive to work with anyone else if they don't feel like it. Blinker comes on the dirty and the riders are on their own now. So Ruby McLean of Don't Stop Pedaling in first spot at the moment. Michaela Tobin in the green of Haven Ridge, happy to sit in for now. Emily Watch of Zero Heroes still in third. Everyone happy to hold their position from the start of this race. And I say that, Emily Watch of Zero Heroes now starts moving up the outside. Lexi Phillips from Modular Dynamics in the orange also starting to improve her position. Coming out of turn 4 now. Just about to get the bell. There we go. Emily Watch of Zero Heroes makes her move. It'll have to be a late charge here from Paige Squire of the Jets. The rider in red coming around the outside. Ruby McLean also looking good for Team Don't Stop Pedaling. Coming up towards the line now. Ruby McLean, challenged late by Paige Squire. I think Ruby McLean might have just held on there. It'll be interesting to see how things shook out in that one. I think it was Ruby McLean who just managed to get the victory there over Paige Squire. Paige Squire had to come from quite a long way back in the field there, but was certainly coming home with a head of steam. I think if the race had maybe been 5 metres longer, Paige Squire would have had it without question. And it was indeed Ruby McLean taking first place, Paige Squire in second, Lexi Phillips in third, and Emily Watch in fourth place. So our next race will be our third and final women's keirin heat. 2 riders in the pink of Team Trackyon, Ella Yang and Emma Stevens. 1 rider each from Bronx, 1916 in the black, that'll be Hannah Pettit. In the red of the Jets, that's Alana Lake. In the dark purple of Life in Lycra is Indiana Plant. She'll be in position number 1 at the front of the line when they start. And in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling will be Lachey Madden. riders often riding there. You can see Ella Liang bopping her head around to the music in the background. So 5 riders taking part in this race. Hannah Pettit of Brunks taking to the start line. So leading them out at the moment, Indiana Plant of Life in Lycra. In second wheel at the moment in the white aero helmet, that's Emma Stevens. And just behind her, Lachey Madden in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling. Alana Lake is in last place in the red of the Jets. Ella Liang in second last wheel in the pink of Tracheon. Durney swings away. Indiana Plant almost immediately swings up the track and lets someone else do the pacemaking. Doesn't want to be in the wind any longer than she has to be, so it's Emma Stevens leading for now. Just checks over her shoulder there as Indiana Plant begins to move up the outside. Just getting boxed out to the side there by Ella Liang. So the rider in the pink of Tracheon joining her teammate Emma Stevens at the front. So it's Liang who'll lead them through. Stevens in second place. And a bit of a gap to Lachey Madden and Alana Lake. So Liang leading them around the outside. Stevens on the inside. The 2 riders from Team Tracheon mainly just need to avoid getting in each other's way as they come up towards the line. Emma Stevens will take it. Ella Liang second. Alana Lake in third place, then Lachey Madden and Indiana Plant. So that concludes our heats for the women's keirin. We're now moving on to the men's keirin. So we've got 6 riders in our first men's keirin heat, all from different clubs. In position number 1 will be Noah Brooks in the red of the Blackburn Jets. In position number 2 in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling will be Zarin Fong Sutton. Third place will be Daniel Googe from Modular Dynamics in the orange. Fourth place will be the royal blue of Will Emilius from Muzz Magic. Position number 5 in the dark purple will be Angus Withington of Life in Lycra, and rider number 6 in the white at the back of Zero Heroes is Mitchell Stevens. You'll see riders as they come up to the railing, they're just hopping their back wheel. Of course, they can't back pedal as track bikes have a fixed rear hub, so they've got to hop their rear wheel in the air if they want to get their pedals in just the right position to start pedaling once the Durney comes through. Whistle blows and we are underway. So in position number 1, just behind the Durney there, that's Noah Brooks of the Blackburn Jets. Second wheel, Zarin Fong Sutton of Don't Stop Pedaling. Then it's Daniel Googe of Modular Dynamics. Will Emilius of Muzz Magic in fourth place in the royal blue. Angus Withington in the dark purple of Team Life in Lycra. And then tagged on the back in the white of Zero Heroes is Mitchell Stevens. Gurney swings off. Noah Brooks has his head on a swivel almost immediately there. Checking to see if an attack will be coming down the outside. It looks like it's Mitchell Stevens in the white of Zero Heroes, who's keen to put himself in a good position as they come up towards 2 laps to go. Everyone seems very happy to leave Noah Brooks out in the front in the wind on his own there. Noah Brooks checking over his shoulder as often as he can to try and see where everyone else is. Bit of a move up the outside from the rider from Life in Lycra. That's Angus Withington now. So he's at the front of affairs as they come through to take the bell. So it's Angus Withington in first place. Mitchell Stevens currently in second. Willem Malius from Muzz Magic in the blue up in third. Zarin Fong Sutton in the yellow trying to move around the outside there. Angus Withington I don't think will be headed. So the rider from Life in Lycra comes through and gets first place there. Zarin Fong Sutton in second. Willem Malius in third. And Mitchell Stevens I think managed fourth place. And Daniel Googe and Noah Brooks, who led from the very start of the race, I think crossed the line at the back of the field. So our second of 4 men's keirin heats just about to get themselves in position here. So 2 pairs of teammates in this race. 2 from Muzz Magic, 2 from JKT Coaching. First rider in position at number 1 on the railing. In the white will be Rory Fisk of Zero Heroes. In second place will be Ewan Grierson of JKT Coaching. In third place from Bronx will be Lachlan Trenton. In fourth place of Muzz Magic will be Sebastian Topping. Fifth place in the red of the Jets, that's Alistair Norris. And at the back of the field, Mitchell Louis of Muzz Magic, also in the blue. So we're off and riding in our second of 4 heats for the men's keirin. So positioning in these heats will be used to determine seeding later on. So at the conclusion of the 4 men's keirin heats, we'll have what's called a Quebec progressive race. It's a 30-lap race for the women and the men, with sprints at 24 laps to go, 16 laps to go, 8 laps to go, and the finish, with progressively more points on offer, hence progressive race. Now the Derny continuing to accelerate here in heat number 2, as it is Rory Fisk in position number 1. Ewan Grierson in second spot there. Riley Boyd from Bronx in the black in third spot, checking over his shoulder. Checking on the position of the 2 teammates from Muzz Magic, Topping and Louis. Alistair Norris in the red of the Jets. At the back of the field, starting to look at moving up the outside now. Coming out of turn 4, they're just about to get the bell. It'll be Rory Fisk who leads them through. Alistair Norris flies down the outside along with Sebastian Topping. So it's Alistair Norris there. Mitchell Louis now moving around the outside, the rider from Muzz Magic in the blue. So Mitchell Louis challenging and indeed managing to pass Alistair Norris there. Mitchell Louis gets the win. Alistair Norris in second place, Sebastian Topping in third, and then I think it might have been Ewan Grierson who got up for fourth spot in that heat. So our third heat for the keirin just about to come up and position themselves along the track. Starting from first position in the long sleeve red jersey with the white gloves will be Benjamin Woods of the Jets. In second spot in the black of Bronx 1916 is Aubrey Price. In third position in the dark purple of Life in Lycra will be Lockie Stewart. Fourth place will be our second of the Jets riders, that's Ruben Smith. So he's got the short sleeves as compared to Ben Woods' long sleeves. Quite easy to tell those two apart. Two Bronx riders also wearing different coloured helmets, which makes my job a bit easier. So the rider in the black helmet there in second last position is Riley Boyd. And then on the back in number 48, position number 6, Bryce Nichols of Don't Stop Pedaling. As they go around. First position behind the Derny there is Ben Woods, second Aubrey Price, third Lockie Stewart, fourth Ruben Smith, fifth Riley Boyd, and sixth Bryce Nichols. If I had to guess, I think we'll see some fireworks pretty early on once the Derny swings away. It's coming into the home straight now. The blinkers on. Benjamin Woods checking over his shoulder. As his teammate Ruben Smith now coming up the outside with Boyd and Nichols there in close attendance. Lockie Stewart kind of trapped in the middle of the pack now. Aubrey Price also in a disadvantageous position, pinched in against the bottom of the track. This is the two Jets riders and the two Bronx riders in the first few positions. Lockie Stewart sneaking up the outside in the purple. So coming in now, and just about to start. Riley Boyd in second wheel there, just behind Ruben Smith. Lockie Stewart now trying to come down around the outside in that very aero position in the purple jersey. He's going to challenge all the way towards the line, but Aubrey Price is coming at him late. Lockie Stewart manages to get it. I think it was Aubrey Price in second, and Ruben Smith, I think, was third. It's quite close there. Our first three riders separated by probably a wheel at most. And it was Lockie Stewart first, Aubrey Price second, Ruben Smith in third, then Riley Boyd took fourth place. Next up will be our fourth and final heat for the men's keirin. It is just starting to roll towards the start line now. So in position number 1 from Bronx 1916 is Benjamin Holmes. Position number 2 in the pink of Trackion is Xavier Bland. In third in the white is Max Woodruff of Zero Heroes. Fourth spot is Ravi Hermkens, also in the pink of Trachyon. He's in the white helmet. In fifth spot of JKT coaching, the light purple there is Cody Brown. Number 11, the second of the Bronx riders in the white helmet there is Thomas Williamson. Then on the back of this group, I think that is Oscar Gallagher, rider number 72 in the red of the Jets. So 7 riders in this fourth and final men's keirin heat. So Ben Holmes, the rider in first position behind the dirty there. And it is Xavier Bland, Max Woodruff, Ravi Hermkens, Cody Brown, Thomas Williamson and Oscar Gallagher. So 2 teams in this keirin heat with 2 riders each, Bronx and Trachyon. Interesting to see how that influences the dynamics. Oscar Gallagher in the red of the Jets fires up the track almost immediately after the Derny pulls off. I think he wants to go long and try and make it as hard as possible for those behind. So Xavier Bland it is from Trachyon who is leading them now. Looks over his shoulder. Max Woodruff from Zero Heroes looking good in third spot there. Ravi Hermkens, the second of the Trachyon riders, now starting to come around the outside. It's Xavier Bland who'll lead them through the bell. His teammate Ravi Hermkens in second wheel. Oscar Gallagher in the red of the Jets, now up to second and looking to challenge Bland down the outside. Bland still holding strong. I don't think Gallagher is making a whole lot of gain right at the moment. Coming up towards the line. Bland first, Gallagher second. And in third spot, Max Woodruff in the white of Zero Heroes. So that concludes our keirin heats for the early part of the afternoon. Our next race up will be our women's enduro Quebec progressive. So this race is a 30-lap race. There are sprints at 24 laps to go, 16 laps to go, 8 laps to go, and the finish. The thing that makes it a progressive race is that there are progressively more points available. So the first sprint with 24 laps to go, there's only 1 point available for the first rider over the line. 16 laps to go, it's 2 points for first, 1 point for second. 8 laps to go, 3 riders will score, 3, 2 and 1 for the first 3 riders over the line. And at the finish, 5 points for the winner, and then 3, 2 and 1 for second, third and fourth. So 4 riders taking part in this one from Team Bronx 1916. 2 riders in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling, Jemima Hargraves and Audrey Pritchard. 1 rider from Zero Heroes, that's Keirin Williamson, she's just at the front of the bunch at the moment. And Addison Tor in the dark purple of Team Life in Lycra. So we saw in the scratch race earlier on the 4 riders from Bronx 1916 in the black use their numerical advantage to gain a tactical advantage. Be interesting to see if that happens here. The nature of the progressive race, with progressively more points being available later on in the race, tends to discourage early attacks. Because you can hopefully, if you trust yourself, get more for your effort by surging at the end of the race. But then, of course, if everyone does that, you might end up with nothing at all. So Jemima Hargraves from Don't Stop Pedaling at the front. Quite easy to tell the 2 riders in yellow apart. Jemima Hargraves has the black disc wheel on her bike. Audrey Pritchard is actually normally a member of the Blackburn club, so you would think she would ride for the Jets. But I think people had a look at her yellow rear disc wheel and thought that it would be a crime not to put her in the yellow team. So she's part of Team Don't Stop Pedaling. So the riders will come through and get 26 laps to go now. So it'll be 2 laps until the first sprint of this progressive race. Addison Tor of Life in Lycra and Bendigo Cycling Club just flicks the elbow there and swings up the track. So a reminder, only 1 point available for this first sprint. So you either lead the bunch across the line or you get nothing at all. As this is Lavinia Ward of Bronx, who's now at the front of the field and driving. Looks like that's her teammate Billy Russell just moving up to her rear wheel, making sure that no one challenges the Bronx supremacy there. So 1 point for Lavinia Ward. She's the first rider on the board. And as with the previous race, it hasn't taken too long for the Bronx team to try and form a split off the front of the bunch. Looks like that's the red bike and black helmet of Quinn Rothenbuehler, who's coming up to give a hand to Billy Russell there. As Lavinia Ward sets a tempo on the chasing bunch behind. I'm sure not putting 100% of her effort into the pedals, leaving that for the others to try and bridge across. So Rothenbuehler and Russell at the front of this race at the moment. Russell in the white helmet, Rothenbuehler in the black helmet. And a little bit further back there, 2 Bronx teammates, Lavinia Ward and Hannah Pettit there. In that chasing bunch, along with Addison Tor and Keirin Williamson. And a little bit further back, a bit of a team time trial for Team Don't Stop Pedaling. Now it's a bit of a bold strategy for Team Bronx to be trying to get away with 2 riders at this point of the race. But remember that the next sprint point, with 16 laps to go, will hand out points for the first 2 finishes. So if these 2 were to hold their advantage until 16 laps to go, they'd be able to make sure that there was no chance of anyone from the other teams getting any points, and that they would all go to Bronx, at least for that sprint. And it looks like that's Lavinia Ward from back in the main bunch. Now trying to be bold enough to get across and join her teammates at the front. Ordinarily, this would be considered a risky move. You risk dragging other riders across to the front with you, but Lavinia Ward's got no one on her wheel at the moment and only her 2 teammates in front. She's probably 50 metres away from making the junction at the moment, as we get 1 lap to go until the next sprint. Remember, it's points for the first 2 riders across the line, 2 points for first, 1 point for second. So it looks like Billy Russell's in a good position to get 2 points here. And it looks like Quinn Rothenbuehler is holding strong in second place. It will be 2 points for Billy Russell there, 1 point for Quinn Rothenbuehler. And I think Lavinia Ward might have given up on her attempt to get across to that leading pair. She's casting a look over her left shoulder there to see where the chasing bunch is behind. Normally a bit of a telltale sign that you might not quite have the gas to get across. Riders who are fully committed and feeling good tend to keep their heads looking straight in front of them as Lavinia Ward just checks over her shoulder. Addison Torr leading the bunch behind in the dark purple of Life in Lycra. Caitlin Williamson in the white also in the mix there. So our 2 leaders from Brunks 1916 still holding strong as they've come through. 14 laps to go now. Their lead is close to half a lap. So Billy Russell with 2 points at the moment. Quinn Rothenbuehler with 1, and I think Lavinia Ward has the other point. She does. So 4 points awarded in this race so far, and they've all gone to riders from the Brunks squad. Billy Russell still looking nice and smooth at the front of this race. Quinn Rothenbuehler just rocking her shoulders a little bit more behind. I think the effort is telling a bit more for Rothenbuehler than it is for Russell at the front of this race. There's a bit further behind. It looks like our main bunch are starting to get a bit tactical here. There will be 1 point available for the first rider from our main peloton to get across after our 2 leaders here at this next sprint with 8 laps to go. So one of the chasing peloton of 4 will be able to get 1 point for themselves at the very least. Lavinia Ward now back on the front of that chasing bunch. 1 lap to the next sprint. I think Audrey Pritchard's been told to stop working with the 2 Brunks riders there at the front of this race, given that she is a lap down. It looks like it will be Billy Russell who will hold on. She'll take 3 points for being first over the line, 2 for Quinn Rothenbuehler, and now there'll be a sprint for the 4 riders coming down the back straight. Now there'll be 1 point on the line for the first rider over. It looks like Caitlin Williamson is in line to take that one. Indeed, I think she will. Billy Russell now has actually caught the main bunch. So I think that will gain her some extra points. Yes, I think that's given her 10 extra points. And our friendly commissaire has pointed to the front of the race. That's now Quinn Rothenbuehler, who's deemed to be in the lead of the race. Billy Russell has been adjudged to have rejoined the main peloton. And if Quinn Rothenbuehler and Audrey Pritchard catch up to the rear of the bunch, we'll have everyone together again with 1 sprint left at the finish line. So 5 points for the first rider over the finish line at the end, 3 points for second, 2 points for third, 1 point for fourth. And gaining a lap, Quinn Rothenbuehler, so that's 10 more points for Quinn Rothenbuehler and Team Brunks. So already a very successful race, and we're all together as we've got 4 laps to go now. Hannah Pettit of the Brunks team now leading the field down the back straight. Lavinia Ward just in her wheel. Audrey Pritchard with that bright yellow jersey and bright yellow disc wheel now comes through and takes a turn. Quinn Rothenbuehler now on the front of the field, still with a little bit more to give, even after quite a hard 20-lap effort there. the current point standings, Billy Russell has 15 points in this race, Quinn Rothenbuehler 13. And I think it's 1 point each for Lavinia Ward and Caitlin Williamson. So an acceleration at the front of the field now from Quinn Rothenbuehler with a lap and a half to go. Looks like that might be Billy Russell, who's on her wheel in second spot. It is Billy Russell in second place. So the two riders who broke away and gained a lap still at the front of affairs with 1 lap to go. Billy Russell now moving around the outside of Quinn Rothenbuehler. As behind it's Caitlin Williamson charging up from the bunch seat, trying to see if she can at least get second. But it will be Billy Russell who'll take first place. Second for Quinn Rothenbuehler. Third there for Caitlin Williamson. I think it might have been Hannah Pettit who got 4th place. So that would be 5 points in that last sprint for Russell, 3 for Rothenbuehler, 2 for Williamson and 1 for Pettit. Oh no, it was Lavinia Ward actually. Lavinia Ward got the last of the available points there. So 9 of the 11 points available in that last sprint went to the Brunks team. So I think the team in black will be pretty happy with their efforts in that race. Getting 2 riders of getting 10 points and gaining a lap. And also winning all of the sprints available. All right, our men's Quebec progressive field now on track. So same format as the previous race for the women, 30 laps with sprints at 24, 16, 8 and 0 laps to go, with progressively more points on offer. The sprint at 24 laps to go is 1 point for the winner. At 16 laps to go, it's 2 for the winner and 1 for second. At 8 laps to go, it's 3, 2 and 1 for the first 3 riders across the line. And then the final sprint, it is 5 points for the winner, 3 points for second, 2 points for third, 1 point for fourth. Whistle blows, and we are off and racing. So we'll run you through some of the riders who are in this event. Just on the front at the moment in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling is Sebastian Freer. Second place in the light blue of JKT Coaching. The only rider from that team in this race is Ben Metcalf. Then another rider who is without teammates here, that's Lawson Fransman of Zero Heroes in the white. Bryce Nichols from Don't Stop Pedaling swings up the track there. That leaves pacemaking to number 11. That's Thomas Williamson from Brunks. He hands over to his teammate Sam Hudson, also of Brunks. And then 2 riders from the Jets in the red there. So with the black disc wheel, that's Alistair Norris. And then the 2 silver wheels is Oscar Gallagher. Ben Holmes from Brunks flicks the elbow and lets everyone start rotating through again. So the other rider flying solo in this field is Lockie Stewart. He's in the dark purple of Life in Lycra. He's about 2/3 of the way down the field at the moment, as we are now 2 laps away from our first sprint of this progressive race. All right, bell rings, 1 lap to go, 1 point on the line. Lockie Stewart trying to make a move around the outside there. But he's got Sebastian Freer to come around between now and the line. The rider in the yellow looking strong as they come into turns 3 and 4. Straightening up towards the line now. Lockie Stewart being challenged by Aubrey Price. I think it was Lockie Stewart who got it in the end. It was indeed Lockie Stewart, the rider in the dark purple of Life in Lycra. Presented by Terra Firma and Laneway Talent. And it looks like he's quite happy to push on with that effort. So he's got Aubrey Price and Sebastian Freer with him. And they've made it a group of 3 at the front. Alistair Norris of the Jets doesn't want anything to do with that. I don't think he wants the likes of Aubrey Price or Lockie Stewart to have any more space than is absolutely necessary. So he's trying to get across on his own. Sam Hudson behind him flicks the wheel to Bryce Nichols, the second of the 2 riders in the field from Don't Stop Pedaling in the yellow. They're presented by Banana Man Flooring and McDonald's of Bendigo. Right, so a group of, that's 8 now at the front of this race. So Bryce Nichols in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling. Hands responsibilities over to Alistair Norris of the Jets. So still 3 riders in this bunch from Brunks, 2 from the Jets, 2 from Don't Stop Pedaling, and it looks as though that was Lawson Fransman of Zero Heroes, who's just managed to get onto the back of the bunch as things have eased a little at the front in terms of pace. So 2 laps to go until our next sprint. So our next sprint will have 2 points available for first, 1 point available for second. Now bunch seems a bit happier to ride together than the women were at the same point. Lockie Stewart now winds up in the dark purple. Oscar Gallagher in the red is on his inside. So Gallagher and Stewart leading the bunch down the back straight. Gallagher looking strong as he comes through turn 4. It looks like he'll get 2 points. 1 to Lockie Stewart there. So Gallagher and Stewart will now be level in this race on 2 points each. Alistair Norris now comes through and takes up the pacemaking, possibly hoping to get a bit of a breakaway going, but the other riders have been quick to sniff that out. Bryce Nichols soon gets across that gap with his teammate Sebastian Freer. Thomas Williamson of Brunswick, the tall figure in the black, now moving up to second place. After a couple of laps of action, things have died down a little bit now. So Bryce Nichols hands off pacemaking duties to 2 of the Brunks riders. I think that was Aubrey Price, who was very quick to slide up the track. So after 2 out of our 4 sprints, we've got 2 riders tied on 2 points each, Lockie Stewart and Oscar Gallagher. It is Lawson Fransman who now hands over to Oscar Gallagher. Gallagher has Stewart on his wheel at the moment, so the 2 points leaders of this race not giving each other a whole lot of space at the moment. A lap and a half to go until the third of 4 sprints. 3 points available for first, 2 for second, 1 for third. Bell goes there, bit of a surge up the outside there from Sam Watson it is. Lockie Stewart in the dark purple, quick to make a powerful surge down the back straight. Oscar Gallagher is trying to haul him in. the rider in the red from Blackburn. Lockie Stewart holding strong all the way to the line. Gallagher tries to come around, can't quite do it. So it was 3 points for Stewart there. 2 for Oscar Gallagher, 1 for Aubrey Price. So Aubrey Price, the first points scored for the Bronx team. So that will now give Lockie Stewart the lead of this race on 5 points. 4 points for Oscar Gallagher, 1 for Aubrey Price. Now only 1 sprint left. At the finish line, 5 points available for our final sprint winner. 3 points for second, 2 points for third, 1 point for fourth. The tall figure of Thomas Williamson there. Heads up the track, just checking over his left shoulder there. Getting a look at the position of a lot of other riders in this bunch. Possibly sizing up a rival or two. Oh, a bit of a surge there with 4 laps to go there. This is Lawson Fransman who's making a move. Alistair Norris in second place. Sam Watson from Bronx leading a trio of his team. So it's Watson, then it's Williamson, then it's Aubrey Price. 3 laps to go. Fransman still committed to this move, as it is Watson who now is bringing the Bronx train up behind him. Williamson in second, Price in third. Then it's the pair of riders from Don't Stop Pedaling. Aubrey Price just checks over his shoulder before making a surge as they get 2 laps to go now. Sebastian Freer in the yellow in second place. The dangerous Lockie Stewart in third. Oscar Gallagher keeping a very close eye on Stewart. He's in fourth place in the red of the Jets. 1 lap to go. Aubrey Price now at the bottom of the track, as it is Freer and Stewart trying to come around the outside. Oscar Gallagher in the mix there as well. So Stewart leads them into turn 3 and will lead them out of turn 4. Stewart will get the win and 5 points. And then it was Freer just managing to get second place and 3 points out of Aubrey Price. 1 point for fourth spot there for Oscar Gallagher. So at the conclusion of that race, Lockie Stewart with 10 points, Oscar Gallagher with 5. 3 points each for Sebastian Freer and Aubrey Price. So the available points in that race all going to different teams. 10 to the dark purple of Life in Lycra with Lockie Stewart. 5 to the red of the Jets with Oscar Gallagher. And 3 each to the black of Bronx with Aubrey Price and the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling with Sebastian Freer. We will now have a 30-minute break to give everyone a chance to catch their breath. Updated point standings have just been put up on the board, so the Jets are still leading with 1,020 points. Team Don't Stop Pedaling are now up to second place. They're on 759. Zero Heroes in the white are up to third place with 700. Trachyon now up to fourth. And it looks like Bronx, who started today in 9th place overall, up to 5th place with 627 points and rising fast. 6th place at the moment, Team Modular Dynamics in the orange. And it's JKT Coaching in 7th spot overall. They've got 457 points. Muzz Magic from Balmoral Cycling Club, 8th with 432. Haven Ridge, who have only been scoring today thanks to the efforts of Michaela Tobin, in 9th spot with 381 points, and in 10th place at the moment is Team Life in Lycra with 335. So we'll now have a little bit of a break and we'll come back to you with the second half of round 2 of the Blackline Track League here today at Disc Velodrome. We'll hope you'll join us then. Welcome back, folks, to round 2 of the 2025 Blackline Track League here at Darebin International Sports Centre. We've had our half-an-hour break. Folks have had a chance to maybe get something to eat or to maybe spin the legs over on the rollers. So the first of our events for the second half of the day will be event number 14 on your program. That is the heat 1 of round 2 of the women's keirin. So we're having a second round of keirin heats. So in this first heat we've got 6 riders moving themselves into position at the front of the line in the orange of Modular Dynamics. That's Lexi Phillips. In second place in the red of the Jets, that's Alana Lake. Third place in the white of Zero Heroes, that's number 16, Emily Watch. Hope Harnetti, number 49 from Don't Stop Pedaling, is in the yellow in 4th position. In 5th position in the light purple of JKT Coaching is April Catt. And at the back, number 68, Lavinia Ward from Brunks. So 6 riders in this keirin heat, all from different teams. As the Derny comes around, we're just about ready to get going with our second half of racing for the day. So in case you weren't with us before our break just then, the keirin is a 6-lap race. The first 3 laps of that, the riders are paced behind the Moto Derny as they are now. They're not allowed to pass the Derny before it pulls off the track. Once the Derny does pull off the track with 3 laps to go, it's 3 laps of furious racing to the finish. So the Derny gradually increasing in pace there. Lexi Phillips, the first rider behind that Derny in the orange of Modular Dynamics. The blinker goes on, and Lexi Phillips immediately checks over her shoulder, as does second placed Alana Lake. April Catt in the light purple of JKT Coaching starting to move up the outside, as is Hope Harnetti in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling. So no decisive moves just yet as April Catt from JKT starts to come to the front. Hope Harnetti also towards the front end of affairs, as it is Lavinia Ward from Brunks now starting to move around the outside. Coming out of turn 4, they're just about to get the bell now. 1 lap to go. April Catt will lead them through. Hope Harnetti in second place. Lavinia Ward, and now it's Alana Lake from the Jets starting to come around the outside in the red. A standing acceleration there from Hope Harnetti in the yellow has seen her move up to first place. April Catt in second is starting to fade a little bit. Hope Harnetti comes through. She'll take the win. The rider in the yellow, Alana Lake in second place. Lavinia Ward in third. And then I think it was April Catt, the rider from JKT Coaching, who ended up in 4th spot. Indeed it was. So while we wait for the next of our women's keirin second round heats to take their positions on the track, we'll do a quick sponsor spotlight for the sponsors of the Don't Stop Pedaling team, Bendigo McDonald's and Banana Man Flooring. At Bendigo McDonald's, they're serving up the classics we all know and love, a long-running favourite located at 63 High Street, Bendigo in Victoria. They keep the community fueled and ready to go, whether it's a quick bite before training or a well-earned post-race reward. Bendigo Macca's has you covered. We've also, that team also sponsored by Banana Man Flooring. With only over 40 years of craftsmanship and excellence, Banana Man Flooring are true flooring experts and passionate supporters of Australian cycling. Based in Lethbridge, Victoria, their dedication and community spirit shine just as brightly as the floors they perfect. So thank you to the sponsors of Bendigo McDonald's of Banana Man Flooring, who are behind the Don't Stop Pedaling team. No riders from that team in this next heat. where we see at the front of the line in position number 1, that's Billy Russell from Brunks 1916. In second spot from Team Life in Lycra, that's Indiana Plant. Third spot in the pink of Trachyon. That's Emma Stevens in third spot. Fourth position in the orange of Modular Dynamics is Maddie Pitt, and Paige Squire is on the back in the red of the Blackburn Jets. So the squad in red, the Blackburn Jets, still leading the overall points tally of the Blackline Track League. The story of the first half of the day was a real surge from the Brunks 1916 squad from Brunswick. They started the day in 9th. By the halfway point when we took that little break, they were up to 5th in the overall standings. Right. Moderni flicks the indicator, and almost immediately it is Billy Russell from Brunks who flicks the elbow. Wants to see someone else come through and do a turn of pace. So Emma Stevens in the pink of Trachyon now at the front of the bunch. Emma Stevens, one of the very fastest riders in the sprint qualifying this morning. So I think Billy Russell and a couple of others in that field would be wanting Stevens to lead from the front, as indeed she does now. Standing acceleration down the back straight there. So as they come out of turn 4 and come up to get the bell, Stevens will lead them through. Maddie Pitt in second spot for Modular Dynamics. Billy Russell in third for Brunks. As it is now Paige Squire from the Jets, who's making good progress down the outside in the red. Stevens still holding strong in the pink of Trachyon. She'll be challenged by Pitt down the outside. But it will be rider number 82, Emma Stevens from Trachyon, taking first place there. Maddie Pitt in second spot for Modular Dynamics. Billy Russell in third for Brunks, and Paige Squire in fourth position for the Jets. So as we wait for the next round of the keirin heats to come up to the start line, we'll go and do another sponsor spotlight for the sponsors of the Trachyon team, RW Corkery & Co. Since 1980, RW Corkery & Co. has been a leading provider of environmental and geological consulting services to Australia's mining, quarrying and waste management industries. Their expert team works across the country to deliver innovative, responsible and sustainable solutions, helping clients achieve great results while protecting their environment. Excellent service. I was trying to dig a mine in my backyard just the other day, and I didn't even stop to think about the environmental impact of what I was doing. Had I called RW Corkery & Co., I'm sure they would have pointed me in the right direction. So 6 riders in this third and final women's keirin heat in round 2. So on the front in position number 1 in the green of Haven Ridge is Michaela Tobin. Then there are 3 riders from Don't Stop Pedaling there in the yellow. The first of them, who's in second spot, is Lachey Madden. Just behind her, number 52 is Ruby McLean. Then it is Ella Liang in the pink of Team Trachyon. Second last in line is Montana Collier. And then on the back in the dark purple of Life in Lycra, that's Addison Tor. It will be interesting to see how the team dynamics of the 3 riders from the Don't Stop Pedaling squad play out here. given that they're up against 3 riders who are on their own. Michaela Tobin in the green, Ella Liang in the pink, and Addison Tor in the purple, as Addison Tor now starts to move up the outside of the bunch as the Derny pulls off. 3 laps to go now. Michaela Tobin just checks over her shoulder. Lachey Madden from Don't Stop Pedaling in the white helmet is right next to her. Ella Liang now moving into her slipstream towards the lower end of the track. Coming up 2 laps to go now, as it is Lachey Madden, then Ella Liang. And it is Ruby McLean. She's in the black helmet with the white stripe on it. Her teammate Montana Collier just on the back of the field at the moment in the all-black helmet. Coming up towards the bell now. Starting to see a few standing accelerations as it's Ella Liang, rider number 55 there. Powering hard down that back straight. Ruby McLean from Don't Stop Pedaling now out of the saddle, trying to come around her as they come into turn 3. Ella Liang holding strong, in good position, coming up towards the line. Ella Liang will take it. 2nd place for Ruby McLean. And Addison Tor from Team Life in Lycra managing to nab 3rd place there, ahead of Montana Collier. So that race there featured Michaela Tobin, who's our only rider today in the green of Haven Ridge. Seems only fair that we give them the sponsor spotlight next. Just like the energy and passion they bring to the track, Haven Ridge brings beauty, balance and connection to every experience. Nestled on 400 acres of breathtaking coastline, rolling hills and untouched bushland, it's the perfect escape to reconnect, recharge and create unforgettable moments. Whether you're planning a corporate retreat, a family getaway, a wedding or a private event, Haven Ridge offers exclusive use of their Eco Boutique Retreat, combining stunning spaces with pure tranquility. All right, so round 2 of the women's keirin heats has now concluded. We're now coming up to the first heat in round 2 of the men's keirin. So at the front of the field in the pink of Trachyon there, that's Ravi Hermkens. In 2nd spot in the black of the Brunks team, that's Aubrey Price. 3rd position in the white of Zero Heroes is Mitchell Stevens. The purple of JKT Coaching in 4th spot in line there is Ewan Grierson, and then it's 2 riders from the Blackburn Jets on the back of that group. Benjamin Woods has the long red sleeves with the black helmet, and Noah Brooks has the short red sleeves with the white helmet. So quite a few riders in this race were making moves earlier in the men's progressive event. Aubrey Price managed to snag himself a couple of points there. He's the solo rider in black, currently in 2nd wheel. It's about the only time all day so far that one of the Brunks riders has ridden on their own, given that they have had very good numbers across the rest of the events. But he finds himself in this race at a little bit of a tactical disadvantage, given that there are 2 Blackburn Jets riders at the back of this field, as Noah Brooks it is now starting to move around the outside of the field. Ewan Grierson and Mitchell Stevens starting to improve their position as well. So Ravi Hermkens still leading. 2 laps to go now. So it is Hermkens in the pink being challenged down the outside now by Mitchell Stevens of Zero Heroes, sponsored by Glowbird Energy. Aubrey Price from the Brunks team will now take the lead as they come and get the bell. So Aubrey Price it is, leading them strongly down the back straight. Mitchell Stevens of Zero Heroes in second wheel at the moment. And it looks like that is Benjamin Woods of the Jets. So Aubrey Price first. Second was Mitchell Stevens, and it was actually Ravi Hermkins from Trackion who ended up taking third over the line, with Ewan Grierson of JKT in fourth. So that was the first of 4 heats for round 2 of the men's keirin. Our second heat in round 2, now just coming up the home straight and getting themselves into position. President of the Commissaires panel, David Danson, just signalling where they should all slot in. So first place at the front of the line in the pink of Trackion, that's Xavier Bland. Second place in the royal blue of Muzz Magic, that's Will Emelius. In third place in the dark purple of Life in Lycra is Lockie Stewart. Fourth in the red of the Jets, that is Alasdair Norris. Then rider number 45, Angus Withington, is the second of the 2 riders in the dark purple of Life in Lycra. And then at the back of the field in the black of the Brunks 1916 team, that's Ben Holmes. So Xavier Bland, the rider behind the Derny, clocked the fastest flying 200 in the sprint qualifying at the start of today's action with a 10.372. Riders tend not to go as fast in actual keirin racing over the last 200 as compared to a flying 200 in the sprint, because they're tired from the previous laps and they've also got to think about positioning themselves and lap traffic and all sorts of other things. But I suspect Xavier Bland at the front of the field won't be the recipient of too many favours from anyone else in this keirin heat. So the rider from Team Trackion just checking over his shoulder there. Will Emelius in the royal blue in second spot, as it looks like that's now Angus Withington in the purple of Life in Lycra, starts to make a move up the outside. He's got Ben Holmes from Brunks just in his wheel. Lockie Stewart just boxes out Ben Holmes there. So it's the 2 teammates from Life in Lycra now moving around the outside. Coming in towards the home straight with a lap to go. So Xavier Bland on the inside there. Lockie Stewart with a lot of work to do. Will Emelius also in amongst the mix. Bland still leading strongly as he comes into the final turn. Coming up towards the line now. Xavier Bland takes it. Will Emelius in second spot for Muzz Magic. Lockie Stewart grabs third for Life in Lycra. And I think fourth place there was Alasdair Norris from the Jets. So we are now halfway through our 4 heats in round 2 of our men's keirin. In round 3, we'll have 2 riders from Don't Stop Pedaling and 1 rider each from Zero Heroes, the Jets, JKT and Muzz Magic. So first position, just moving towards the top of the track now in the light purple of JKT Coaching is Cody Brown. In second spot in the white and pink of Zero Heroes is Rory Fisk. Third spot in the red of the Jets is Ruben Smith. Fourth place in that line is Mitchell Louis in the royal blue of Muzz Magic. And then our two riders from Don't Stop Pedaling are in positions 5 and 6. So Zaran Fong Sutton with the long sleeves and white helmet. And Bryce Nichols on the back of the train in the short sleeve yellow jersey. So Cody Brown it is of JKT Coaching in the light purple jersey in first wheel behind the moto. Then it is Rory Fisk from Zero Heroes, Ruben Smith of the Jets, Mitchell Louis, the representative at the Junior Track World Championships in fourth spot for Muzz Magic. And then the two riders from Don't Stop Pedaling, Zaran Fong Sutton and Bryce Nichols at the back of the train. Derny pulls away, and Cody Brown's keen to keep the pace high early on. This is something we haven't seen in the Keirin racing so far today. An attack almost as soon as it's available. Rory Fisk from Zero Heroes has seen an opportunity and wants to try and go with Cody Brown here. There's a bit of dithering in the group behind. A lot of looking around there from Ruben Smith of the Jets, deferring, I think, to Mitchell Louis, saying, mate, if you want them back, you're going to have to get them yourself. Mitchell Louis now more than up to the task, trying to charge across, but it's still Cody Brown from JKT leading. But a huge surge down the back straight there by Mitchell Louis from Muzz Magic. Catches our two leaders. Mitchell Louis will come through. He'll take the win. Zaran Fong Sutton in second place. Ruben Smith in third. And after a valiant early effort from Cody Brown and Rory Fisk, they have to settle for fourth and fifth place. A very unusual format to that Keirin race there, with an attack going almost as soon as the Derny pulled in. Similar in fashion to the men's Keirin final at the Tokyo Olympics, where GB's Jason Kenny attacked as soon as the Derny pulled away, caught everyone by surprise and managed to hold on for the gold medal. It wasn't quite successful that time for Cody Brown and Rory Fisk, but we can't blame them for not having the legs of Jason Kenny. All right, our fourth and final heat for round 2 of the men's Keirin, now moving themselves into position. In slot number 1, in the orange jersey, that's Daniel Googe of Modular Dynamics. Position number 2 in the black of Brunks is Riley Boyd. In third, in the blue of Muzz Magic, that's Sebastian Topping. Fourth place, also in the black of Brunks, looks like that's Lachlan Trenton. And in the white and pink of Zero Heroes is Max Woodruff. Thomas Williamson is the 5th rider in line, the 3rd of the riders in the black of Brunks, and rider number 72 on the back of the field. Pretty sure that's Oscar Gallagher. So 7 riders in this field as opposed to the customary 6. I think Thomas Williamson and Oscar Gallagher might have decided to add the Keirin to their programs sort of at the last minute. but it's always good to see riders being willing to throw their hat in the ring. So 3 riders from Bronx in this heat. They're in positions 2, 4 and 6 at the moment. Daniel Googe of Modular Dynamics in first wheel behind the Derny. And it is Riley Boyd of Bronx in second wheel. Sebastian Topping of Muzz Magic in third. And then surging down the outside now we've got Oscar Gallagher of the Jets. So the rider in red wanting to put himself at the pointy end early on. Counted and raised by Riley Boyd, who's got that distinctive yellow rear disc wheel. Makes him very easy to spot from a distance. Sebastian Topping of Muzz Magic now starting to move to the front, the rider in the blue. He's got a good head of steam here. Coming in towards the bell now. Riley Boyd still in a decent position with 1 lap to go. Oscar Gallagher in the red of the Jets now trying to move down the outside. Daniel Googe also in there in the orange of Modular Dynamics. Riley Boyd challenging around the outside. Seb Topping won't quite be able to hang on. So Riley Boyd gets the win in that one. A very close finish for second place between Oscar Gallagher and Seb Topping there. We'll leave that one to the discretion of the commissaires. It was Topping who ended up getting second place there. Gallagher in third and Daniel Googe in fourth. All right, our next race on the track, we're swapping from the sprints to the endurance side of track racing. So this will be a points race with sprints every 10 laps. Last sprint is worth double points. So 8 riders taking to the start line in this one. Half of them are from Bronx 1916. Hannah Pettit, Billy Russell, Quinn Rothenbuehler and Lavinia Ward. Caitlin Williamson of Zero Heroes, the rider in the white, just swings up the track. 2 riders from Don't Stop Pedaling. Audrey Pritchard with that distinctive yellow rear wheel, currently leading the field. She's got Jemima Hargraves just behind her, now coming through to take up the pacemaking as the whistle blows. So of the 8 riders in this field, 4 are from the Bronx team, 2 are from Don't Stop Pedaling, and we've got 2 riders flying solo. In the dark purple we have Addison Tor, and in the white of Zero Heroes we have Caitlin Williamson. So we've seen in the previous bunch racing that the Bronx riders have been happy to make things hard early on. And certainly in the Quebec progressive points race earlier this afternoon, they used that to great effect. I think they managed to get all but 3 of the available points between the 4 riders there. I think it was Keirin Williamson managed to grab those 3 points and spoil their party. So all still together in the early going for this women's points race. So we'll have an equivalent men's race after this. This one is 40 laps. The men's race will be 60 laps. As we can see, a little bit of an injection of pace there. Rider number 68, Lavinia Ward, starts to up the tempo. Quinn Rothenbuehler now at the front of the field, just checking over her shoulder. Keirin Williamson, the tall rider in the white of Zero Heroes, presented by Glowbird. We're now up to 3.5 laps to go before our first sprint of the event. So there'll be 4 sprints in total across this 40-lap race, the last of them worth double points. Riders at the front just fanning up the track there, generally an indication that the pace has slowed. And a Pettit from Bronx just checking down the inside of the track. A lap and a half to go now until our first sprint. Still not a lot of action so far. Would not be at all surprised if we see someone start to wind it up from here. There we go, a bit of a move up the inside from one of the Don't Stop Pedaling riders, as it's now number 64, Billy Russell from Bronx. She was dominant earlier in the progressive points race. And it looks like that's Quinn Rothenbuehler behind on the black, with the black helmet there from Bronx. So Billy Russell will come through and take the first lot of points. Quinn Rothenbuehler second. Looks like that was Keirin Williamson in third and Lavinia Ward in fourth. So 5 points for Billy Russell for first place in that sprint. Quinn Rothenbuehler takes 3 points for second place, 2 points for the third place for Keirin Williamson, and 1 for Lavinia Ward for grabbing fourth. So the next 2 sprints will award 5, 3, 2 and 1 points, respectively, for the first 4 finishers over the line, and then it's double that for the last sprint of the event. Sorry, quick correction from the commissaires. Double points will apply for the last sprint in the men's race, but not the women's. So we'll have 4 sprints in this race. We've had 1 already, 3 more to come, all of equal value. So Hannah Pettit of the Bronx team leading the field. Hands over to Addison Torr, the rider in the dark purple of Team Life in Lycra with the white disc wheel. So after the action of that first sprint, things have settled a little. Riders looking around, trying to assess their position within the bunch, work out where they need to be before this next point sprint. So the pair of riders from Don't Stop Pedaling at the front now, Jemima Hargraves and Audrey Pritchard. So with 2 laps to go now, the non-Brunks riders, I think, have left a gap up the inside, and the squad in black have swarmed down as one big train there. So the riders from Brunks now, the first 4 wheels in the bunch. So Billy Russell, then Lavinia Ward, then Quinn Rothenbuehler as they get the bell for the next point sprint. Caitlin Williamson, the rider from Zero Heroes, trying to come across, not making a whole lot of progress at the moment. So it looks like the Brunswick riders will take the first 3 positions here. So 5 points for Billy Russell, 3 for Lavinia Ward, 2 for Quinn Rothenbuehler, and then 1 for Caitlin Williamson of Zero Heroes. And as we've seen a couple of times today, the Brunks team have got themselves a little advantage through a point sprint and then decided to push on. So the trio of Rothenbuehler, Ward and Russell out the front now. Rothenbuehler, the tallest of the 3 on the red bike, currently in first place. She hands off duties to Billy Russell. Then it's Lavinia Ward now taking over, as behind the chase is being led by Audrey Pritchard. Hannah Pettit from Brunswick also there, although I'm sure with 3 of her teammates out the front, Hannah Pettit won't be too concerned if the group behind doesn't manage to catch up. So our 3 leaders still rotating smoothly as they've come through 16 laps to go now. So a bit over halfway through this points race. Group from behind is seeing the trio of Addison Torr, Caitlin Williamson and Audrey Pritchard swapping off turns together to try and bring our leaders back. I'd say they're just about holding the gap at the moment. It might be about 70 metres between the 2 groups. Brunks riders still rotating and pedaling smoothly there. There's a little bit of rock and roll in the shoulders of Caitlin Williamson chasing from behind. She's been the rider in this field most capable of challenging the supremacy of the Brunks squad today. She's handed off pacemaking duties in that chasing peloton to Addison Torr. So the rider in purple now starting to gain a bit of a gap as Hannah Pettit lets the wheel go there, helping to create a little bit of discord in the chasing peloton. Addison Torr's put in a good little surge here. She's looks like she's going to be able to get across to our Brunks trio of leaders. And as a reward for her efforts, now she has to sprint 3 versus 1. But if this gap holds as they get to the next point sprint, Addison Torr will at least guarantee herself some points. All right, there's the bell for the next point sprint. Billy Russell on the front. Addison Torr in second place. Lavinia Ward trying to move around her outside, as does Quinn Rothenbuehler. A sprint out of the saddle there from Addison Torr to try and keep pace. Don't think she's quite going to get there. So it will be Billy Russell who'll take another 5 points. Lavinia Ward takes 3 points for second, 2 points for third place for Quinn Rothenbuehler, and then 1 for Addison Torr for fourth place, as we're now inside our last quarter of our race. So that brings the overall total so far for this points race. Billy Russell with 15 points. Quinn Rothenbuehler in second place with 7 points. Lavinia Ward tied with Quinn Rothenbuehler also with 7. 3 points for Caitlin Williamson and 1 point for Addison Torr. Who, after the bridging effort to get across to our trio of riders, is having to make another bridge after being distanced in that last point sprint. So there's almost elements of team pursuit riding here from the 3 Bronx riders at the front of affairs. Good to hear some encouragement from the riders coming both from the stands and from the infield. So 6 laps to go now for our trio of leaders. Addison Torr has noticed the gap to the leaders in front of her open up. I think she might potentially be out of gas. But behind, that opens up an opportunity to grab a point in this last sprint between Hannah Pettit, Audrey Pritchard and Caitlin Williamson. Provided, of course, that our 3 Bronx leaders stay in their position at the front of this race. Four laps to go. Billy Russell just checks over her shoulder, makes sure that the team is rotating through nice and smoothly. So Addison Torr has now been reabsorbed by the chasing peloton. So there'll be a sprint for 1 point for 4th place from that bunch behind. And then our first 3 positions and the 5, 3 and 2 points will be divided in some fashion between Billy Russell, Lavinia Ward and Quinn Rothenbuehler. So Billy Russell has been the winner of all 3 previous sprints. And then just behind her, Rothenbuehler and Ward are tied on 7 points each. A lap and a half to go now. And our 3 leading riders from Bronx still looking strong at the front of affairs. It's been a hard-fought race to get here, but with 1 lap to go, they're still looking strong. Billy Russell it is with a surge as she gets the bell. Quinn Rothenbuehler in second place, trying to hold on to her slipstream as Lavinia Ward is distanced. Further back, Hannah Pettit in the main peloton is going to try and make it a clean sweep for Bronx as they come up to the line. Billy Russell takes the final sprint. Quinn Rothenbuehler in second. Lavinia Ward will be in 3rd spot. And Hannah Pettit potentially looking to make it a clean sweep in this last sprint, and she will do it too. So all 4 points scoring positions in that last sprint going to the 4 riders in the black of Bronx 1916. So a very profitable points race there for the women of Brunswick Cycling Club. So final standings from that points race. Billy Russell with 20 points. Quinn Rothenbuehler with 10. Lavinia Ward with 9 points in 3rd place. In 4th spot was Caitlin Williamson with 3. And then 5th place was shared between Hannah Pettit and Addison Torr, 1 point each. So coming out onto the track now, our men's enduro points race. 60 laps for this one. Sprints every 10 laps, so 6 sprints in total. The last sprint will be worth double points. So races of 15 kilometres or longer will have double points for the final sprint. The previous women's race didn't meet that criteria, but this one does. Whistle blows and they're off and racing. So two riders in this heat from a number of different squads. So the two Jets towards the back of the pack. That's Alistair Norris in the white helmet on the blue bike, and just behind him is Oscar Gallagher. We've got two riders from Bronx as well. Looks like that's Sam Hudson and Thomas Williamson. Two riders from Don't Stop Pedaling, Bryce Nichols and Sebastian Freer. Then Daniel Gouge is in the orange of Modular Dynamics. We've got one rider in the light purple of JKT Coaching, that's Ben Metcalf. And one rider in the white and pink of Zero Heroes. I suspect that's Lawson Fransman. Who is that rider? Rider number 17. It is Lawson Fransman, who's in the white for Zero Heroes.
In the blue bag.
So Sam Hudson of Brunswick just lifting the pace there as riders come through. 55 laps to go now. So a bit under 5 laps until our first of 6-point sprints. Sebastian Freer there, the rider, the shorter of the two riders in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling. Another of the riders who was in action here at DISC last weekend, the Victorian State Omnium Championships. Lawson Fransman of Zero Heroes now flicks the elbow at the front of the pack, passes over to Alistair Norris, who almost immediately cedes control to Oscar Gallagher. So turns fairly quick so far, but given how much this bunch is in one big clump rather than a long line, it's an indication the pace isn't that high just yet. 2 laps to go until the first sprint, so I suspect we'll see that change very quickly. Thomas Williamson out of the saddle, the rider in the black, as they go down the back straight now. Alistair Norris of the Jets moving himself forward, has to go around Lawson Fransman there. So the bell rings. Bryce Nichols from Don't Stop Pedaling in first position at the moment. Ben Metcalf from JKT in the purple in second place. And it is Oscar Gallagher of the Jets, as well as Alistair Norris, the two riders in red trying to come around the outside and challenge Bryce Nichols there. It will be Gallagher first, then Nichols in second place. I think Alistair Norris got third place and 2 points. Might have been 1 point there for Metcalf. It was indeed Metcalf who was fourth, the rider from JKT. Sebastian Freer flicks the elbow there at the front of the line, I think not realising that he'd accidentally gapped the bunch by a good 5 or 10 metres there. He restores harmony by swinging high up the track and then tagging onto the back of the train. So Alasdair Norris, the rider from Blackburn there, wearing the shorts of his regular road team. That's the Royal Bikes squad. Sponsored by a shop down in Warrnambool, a very famous town in the history of Australian cycling, of course. Bryce Nichols leads them through 44 laps to go. 4 laps until the next sprint. So we did see a fair bit of action in that first sprint. Interesting to see if any riders try and have a go from a longer range this time. So Sam Hudson now with a bit between his teeth. He has tried to go from long range, the rider from Brunswick. Ben Metcalf of JKT in the purple there, trying to track him down. Alasdair Norris and Oscar Gallagher still with a bit of space to make up as they come through 1 lap to go. Alasdair Norris trying to chase down Sam Hudson here. The Brunks rider's got a good gap down the back straight, but Norris is closing quickly. Freer from Don't Stop Pedaling, and Gallagher also coming around the outside. It'll be close here on the line. Oh, I think that might have been Gallagher who just managed to pip his teammate Norris there. I think Freer was 3rd, and Sam Hudson will at least get 1 point for 4th. So it was Gallagher in 1st place. Alasdair Norris with 3 points. Hudson got 2 in the end, and Freer got 1. So a good reward for the initiative shown by Sam Hudson, trying a bit of a brave move with a couple of laps to go until that sprint. He managed to get 3rd place on the line, perhaps not trusting that his legs would deliver him the 3rd best sprint if it came down to a half lap kick. So the 2 riders from Don't Stop Pedaling in 1st and 2nd place there. Bryce Nichols in the white helmet, Sebastian Freer in the black helmet. So 7 riders left in this race now. We've got 3 pairs, 2 from Don't Stop Pedaling, 2 from Brunks, 2 from the Jets. And then the sole man on his own in the light purple there is Ben Metcalf of JKT. .34 laps to go now. Oscar Gallagher leading the overall standings with 10 points. Norris with 5. In 2nd place. 3rd place at the moment is Bryce Nichols with 3. Sam Hudson with 2 points. And then 1 for Sebastian Freer and 1 for Ben Metcalf. So almost all of the riders in this field with some points on the board up to this point. As we come up to 2 laps to go until this next point sprint. Bryce Nichols setting a very hard tempo on the front of this field, possibly trying to blunt any attacks. Alistair Norris in the red of the Jets now starting to come around the outside. He's got a long way to come if he wants to get to the front. He started from last position. Nichols still looking strong at the front this time around as Freer and Gallagher now move to the front of the race. Gallagher in the red of the Jets takes the inside position as they come out of turn 4. Just checks over his shoulder. Gallagher first, Freer second. 2 more points there for Sam Hudson of Bronx. And 1 point it was for Norris in the end. So that makes it 3 sprints and 3 wins for Oscar Gallagher. So he'll be well and truly at the top of the table now with 15 points. His teammate Norris is in second place with 6 points. And the next closest rider is on 4 points. That is a position shared by both Sam Hudson and Sebastian Freer. 1 point for Ben Metcalf. 3 points for Bryce Nichols. So more than halfway through this men's points race now. Bryce Nichols of Don't Stop Pedaling back on the front of the race. So we've got a bit of Gangster's Paradise on the stereo at the moment. Though I'm sure there's absolutely no resemblance between a song that's all about how you're living in a hostile environment with very few friends and elbows out track racing. No parallels to be drawn there whatsoever. A couple of riders swinging high up the track, possibly looking at making a move. Bryce Nichols and Alistair Norris quite high on the boards there. Quite a bit of switching around the lines here, as though teams are thinking of trying something as there's now 3 laps to go to the next sprint. I think Bryce Nichols has identified that his role in this race is to try and lead out Sebastian Freer, keep him in the best position possible. So the big man from Castlemaine Cycling Club continues at the front. This is about his 3rd lap in first position now. He's checking over his shoulder there. His teammate Freer is all the way on the back of this bunch, but critically is on the wheel of Oscar Gallagher, which I think is where he wants to be. 1 lap to go now as it is. Alistair Norris from the Jets flies down the back straight with Oscar Gallagher on his wheel. And it's a sprint between Freer and Thomas Williamson. Williamson now moving himself up into 3rd place. So as they come up, it'll be Norris who gets 5 points. 3 points there for Gallagher. 2 points for Williamson, who gets himself on the board for the first time. And 1 point there for Sebastian Freer. Bryce Nichols, I think, really buried himself there for his teammate Freer, as he's now the best part of half a lap behind. Really excellent team racing there, trying to give his mate the best possible chance of scoring highly. Didn't quite have the watts in the end to come around Gallagher or Norris. So after 4 sprints out of 6, Gallagher leads with 18 points. Norris in second with 11. 5 points for Freer. 4 points, I believe, for Hudson. Sam Hudson. I keep calling him Sam Watson, getting him confused with the road pro for the Ineos Grenadiers. 3 points then for Bryce Nichols, 2 for Thomas Williamson, and 1 for Ben Metcalf, the solo rider from Team JKT. .15 laps to go, as it is Metcalf now in the purple of JKT. Sort of left all on his own by the rest of the field there at the bottom of the track. And almost without trying, he finds himself with a gap of 10 or 20 metres. So Alistair Norris uses his momentum coming from the high part of the track to close that gap without too much trouble. Three laps to go until the next sprint. 13 laps in the whole race. As we see Norris and Hudson there on the highest part of the track, playing a bit of a position game as they now have 2 laps to go. Thomas Williamson moving slightly forward and slightly down track of Norris there, trying to cut off his avenue to an easy sprint and acceleration. As it's now Freer who makes a move down the inside, about to come through and get 1 lap to go. Freer will lead them through. Williamson is now moving around Metcalf, or challenging Metcalf for second place. Norris and Gallagher have had to come from a long way back here. Norris now starting to move around the outside, but he's got a long way to go. It looks like it'll be Seb Freer who will get first place in that sprint. I think it was Gallagher who got second. And then it would have been a throw between Alistair Norris and one of the Brunks riders for 4th place. We'll wait for the commissaires to confirm the results there. So in that sprint, 5 points for Sebastian Freer for first place. Second place, Oscar Gallagher gets 3 points. 2 for Ben Metcalf and 1 for Alistair Norris. So after 5 out of our 6 sprints, Oscar Gallagher with 21 points is our clear leader. Alistair Norris is in second place on 12 points. Sebastian Freer moving himself up the table a little bit, getting 5 points there. He's now on 10. And Sam Hudson has 4 points. Bryce Nichols with 3, Ben Metcalf with 3, and Thomas Williamson with 2. So only 1 sprint left, but it is worth double points, meaning that there are 10 points available for the rider who finishes in first place in the final sprint, 6 points available for second place, 4 points for third, and 2 points for fourth. All of our riders are on the board at the moment, so every rider has scored at least some points over the course of this race. Have any of them been keeping some powder dry to maybe have one last run at the big prize at the end? Already this race has been quite successful for the 2 riders in red of the Blackburn Jets, Gallagher and Norris. They currently sit in first and second place in the overall table. Gallagher can only be knocked off his first position now by his teammate Norris. So you'd think he'd be feeling pretty good. So Norris would have to win this last sprint, and Gallagher would have to not score in order for Norris to surpass Gallagher and take over the overall lead. Course riders also able to gain 10 points if they gain a lap on the field, but as we're now coming up to 3 laps to go, I think that's unlikely. Norris now moving up the outside. Sam Hudson, the rider in the white helmet from the Bronx squad, keeping an eye on everything. So 2.5 laps to go and the pace begins to pick up. Norris in a high position at the top of the track there. There he goes. Dives down the inside of the track with good speed. 2 laps to go now. Sam Hudson is more than up to the challenge here, so the rider from Bronx easily able to get into the slipstream of Norris, but can he hold his position now? Coming out of turn 4, they're coming into 1 lap to go. Alistair Norris burying himself here to try and get across. Gallagher charging from behind. So Alistair Norris currently in first place. Hudson in second. Gallagher coming quickly from behind in third. It's been a good race for the Blackburn Jets. Will they finish it off in style as they come up towards the line? Gallagher gets it. Very close on the line, came all the way down to the throw. So 10 points and the overall race win for Oscar Gallagher there. Second place was Sam Hudson of Bronx. Third place in that final sprint was Alistair Norris, and fourth was Sebastian Freer. So 10 points for Gallagher. He'll go out the winner with 31 points. His teammate Norris in second place with 16 points. Freer in third place with 12. Hudson in fourth place with 10. Metcalf in fifth place with 3. And Williamson of Bronx in sixth place with 2 points. So warm applause from an appreciative crowd here at the Darebin International Sports Centre. Great to have so many fantastic young track talents from all around Australia here with us this weekend in Melbourne. There's still time to sign up for round 3 of the 2025 Blackburn Track League, which will be taking place in Adelaide in 4 weeks' time, which will be November 29th and 30th. So definitely still time to get a plan together, maybe book some flights and a hotel. And we'll see everyone in Adelaide for the conclusion to what's been an excellent Blackline Track League series. An excellent option for young riders who have aged out of the junior ranks but still want to get some high quality track racing in, especially with some of the bigger prizes in Aussie track, the Christmas Carnivals and the Austral Wheel Race coming up in December, which is now next month, now that we're in November. So we'll now move on to our keirin finals. So after our 2 grading keirin races earlier in the day, riders have been sorted based on their results in those 2 races and their sprint grading at the start of the day into different finals. So the first final we will see is our women's keirin for positions 13 to 18. And after that we'll have 7 to 12, and then the big final to decide positions 1 through 6. And I've just been handed a start list for each of those finals, which is going to save my wrist a lot of pain from trying to write down everyone's name and number very quickly. So in our women's keirin final for positions 13 to 18, in position 1 at the front of this group in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling is Lachey Madden. In second place in the dark purple of Life in Lycra, that's Indiana Plant. Third place, one rider from Haven Ridge, that's Michaela Tobin in the green. Fourth place in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling with the black helmet, that's Montana Collier. And then also in the dark purple of Life in Lycra, At the back of the field, number 78, that's Addison Tor in the white helmet. So our keirin finals will be the conclusion of our day's racing here at round 2 of the Black. Tomorrow we will have team sprints, a scratch final, an elimination race, some match sprints, and a team points race, and then a women's and a men's Madison. Okay, the Derny swings off, and our 13 to 18 final has 3 laps to go. Addison Tor in the purple of Life in Lycra, moving up from last position in the train. She's almost immediately on the wheel of number 70, Lachey Madden. Madden just at the front there in the white helmet and the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling. So a bit of looking around as they come in towards the bell. Indiana Plant, that is number 46, trying to fire up down the outside. Lachey Madden also looking strong there. Addison Tor, the rider with the white disc wheel, in second spot at the moment, looking to challenge Lachey Madden around the outside. As they come up towards the line, it will be Madden, I think, who will hold on. Tor in second. And then her Life in Lycra teammate, Indiana Plant, managing to grab third spot there. Fourth place for Montana Collier, also of team Don't Stop Pedaling. And then Michaela Tobin coming across the line in fifth spot. So our next final will be the women's keirin final for positions 7 to 12. Just coming onto the track now. So in position number 1, closest to the finish line, in the light purple jersey of JKT Coaching, that's April Catt. Second place in the black of Brunks, that's rider number 68, Lavinia Ward. Third place in the orange of Modular Dynamics is Lexi Phillips. Fourth place in the red of the Jets, that's Paige Squire. The rider in white in fifth spot there is Emily Watch from Team Zero Heroes. And we've got another rider from the Brunk squad, Billy Russell, on the back of the line. Derny moves to the front of the line and the riders are away. So in order, we have April Catt from JKT Coaching, Lavinia Ward from Brunks, Lexi Phillips from Modular Dynamics is in the orange in third wheel, Paige Squire from the Jets is just behind her in the red. Second last in the line is Emily Watt from Zero Heroes. And the caboose on the back of the train is Billy Russell, also of Brunks. Getting ready for the journey to pull away there. The indicator's gone on. April Cat just checking over her shoulder immediately to see if anyone was planning a move as soon as there was space available. No one taking the bait just yet. Billy Russell of Brunks now moving down the outside of the bunch. So the two Brunks riders now in second and third wheel. Alana Lake from the Jets coming around the outside. A lap and a half to go now. Starting to wind things up for this sprint. Alana Lake with a big acceleration out of the saddle. Billy Russell in second wheel there. Emily Watt from Zero Heroes in the white also coming forward with a quickness. Alana Lake looking strong down that back straight there. So the rider from the Jets holding strong first position there. Billy Russell is closing the gap, but she's not going to get there. So Alana Lake it is who will get first place there. Billy Russell in second. I think it might have been Emily Watch in third. Lavinia Ward fourth. And then it was April Cat and Lexi Phillips. Oh yes, that's Paige Squire it was who won that one. Sorry, I got my Jets mixed up. So Paige Squire was the winner of that race. My apologies. So given that Blackburn had such a solid race there, we'll put the sponsor spotlight on them. Founded in 1946 by George Robinson of Rob's Cycles, Blackburn Cycling Club has a long and proud history of developing riders and building a strong, inclusive cycling community. The club is dedicated to inspiring people to ride through exceptional skills and development programs, helping members achieve excellence via junior pathways, training and coaching, delivering safe, challenging competition that promotes growth and performance across all levels of riding and racing. So we thank Blackburn Cycling Club very much for their support of the Jets team this weekend. Interesting to see how they stack up in the points tally after today's racing. They were certainly well and truly in the lead at the halfway mark of today. All right, so in our women's keirin 1-6 final, leading in position number 1 in the red of the Jets. This time it's Alana Lake. Second position in the pink of Trachyon is Ella Liang. Third spot in the orange of Modular Dynamics we have Maddie Pitt. Just behind her in the pink of Trachyon number 82, that's Emma Stevens. And then two riders in the back, both from Don't Stop Pedaling. So in the all black helmet is Hope Harnetti, and in the black helmet with the white stripe down the middle is Ruby McLean. The big final for the women's keirin now underway. So it's Alana Lake, the rider from the Jets in the red jersey there in first wheel behind the journey. Then Ella Liang of Team Trachyon. Third position in the orange of Modular Dynamics, Maddie Pitt. And it is Emma Stevens, also in the pink of Trachyon, the white helmet with the fluoro yellow stripe. And then two riders at the back, both of Don't Stop Pedaling, Hope Harnetti is in second last wheel, and Ruby McLean on the back of the train. I think we'll see some real fireworks in this women's keirin big final here. So the Derny hits the indicator. 3 laps to go for our riders now. Alana Lake just checking over her shoulder. No one willing to go all in just yet. Maddie Pitt just moving up around the outside. One of only 2 riders in this keirin final without a teammate. So our 2 solo riders in positions 1 and 2, as now there's a move from Emma Stevens down the outside. Hope Harnetti tries to follow that one. So it will be Stevens of Tracyon and Harnetti of Don't Stop Pedaling as they come through with 1 lap to go. So Stevens with a real head of steam here. Harnetti has managed to catch up to her slipstream, and there's still room for Ella Liang to come back. It looks as though Stevens is holding strong there. Harnetti's going to come at her late as they come up towards the line. Oh, it's close on the line, but Emma Stevens just gets it. Second place for Hope Harnetti. And then it was their teammates in a throw to the line for third between McLean and Liang. Leave that one to the discretion of the commissaires. It's Ella Liang who ended up getting third place, Ruben McLean in fourth. So let's have a big hand from our crowd for all of our participants in our women's racing today, and especially in our keirin finals. So moving into position now are riders in our men's keirin. This will determine places 19 through to 25. In first position at the front of the line, in the red of the Jets, is Benjamin Woods. Second place in the colours of Brunks is Lockie Trenton. Third place, also in the red of the Jets, that is Noah Brooks. Fourth place in the white of Zero Heroes is Rory Fisk. Fifth place there in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling, that's Bryce Nichols. Then in the light purple of JKT coaching, Cody Brown is second last in the line. And on the back of this field, Ben Holmes, also of Brunks. So 7 riders taking part in this first of the men's keirin finals for the day. 2 riders from the Jets, 2 riders from Brunks, 1 each from Zero Heroes, Don't Stop Pedaling and JKT. So Benjamin Woods of the Jets keeps checking over his shoulder, even though the Derny is still in place. Wants to make sure that no riders on the back of the line are trying to creep around the outside and potentially gain an advantage. Derny pulls away, 3 laps to go. Benjamin Woods and Lachlan Trenton are in first and second wheel here, both being very watchful for riders coming from the back of the field. Bryce Nichols in the yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling is there, as is Cody Brown of JKT. An acceleration now from Benjamin Woods, who's been at the front and has decided to put all of his chips on the table here, coming in towards the bell. 1 lap to go. Ben Woods of the Jets holding a good position now. Lockie Trenton in second place. Looks like the second of the Jets riders, Noah Brown, is trying to challenge from behind. But it looks like Benjamin Woods is going to have the juice here. Benjamin Woods comes through, takes the win. Lockie Trenton in second, Bryce Nichols in third. And I think it might have been Noah Brooks who got fourth place there. So a warm round of applause from the crowd there for the riders in our 19 to 25 final for the keirin. The final 200 metres raced at an average of 64.3 k's an hour. So our next riders up will be the riders in the men's 13 to 18 keirin final. At the front of the line in the black of Brunks, we have Thomas Williamson. Second spot in the orange of Modular Dynamics, that's Daniel Googe. Third spot in the pink of Trachyon is Ravi Hermkens. Fourth place in the red of the Blackburn Jets is Alistair Norris. Fifth place in the white of Zero Heroes is Max Woodruff. And on the back of the line from JKT Coaching, Ewan Grierson. So 6 riders in this race, all representing different squads. Relatively uncommon for the races today to have everybody riding with no thought of team dynamics. So Williamson leading the bunch at the moment. Daniel Googe in second, Ravi Hermkens in third. Alistair Norris in fourth place. Then it is Woodruff in fifth and Grierson in sixth spot. All right, the Derny hits the indicator. Williamson's on the front of the field, just checks over his shoulder to make sure no one's planning an early move. Ravi Hermkens in the pink of Trachyon now comes around the outside and looking to improve his position. Alistair Norris, the rider in the red of the Jets, tucked in on his wheel. 2 laps to go now. As Woodruff from Zero Heroes is now up to third. Ravi Hermkens still pushing hard at the front of this field. Alistair Norris now coming around the outside as they get the bell. Ravi Hermkens still holding strong to his inside position, as it is Norris now coming around the outside down the back straight. Some movement there from Woodruff. And Grierson coming up towards the line. Lockie Norris is being challenged late. I think he just managed to hang on. So Lockie Norris takes the win there. Sorry, Alistair Norris takes the win. My apologies. Alistair Norris. Max Woodruff of Zero Heroes, I believe, got second place. And it was Ewan Grierson in second. Daniel Good managed to get up for fourth. And it was Williamson and Ravi Hermkins at the rear of the field. So our men's keirin 7 to 12 final now in position. In first position we've got Ruben Smith from the Jets in the red. In second spot Angus Withington in the dark purple of Life in Lycra. Then two riders from Muzz Magic, Sebastian Topping and Will Emelius. Then in the white we have Mitchell Stevens of Zero Heroes. And then another rider from the Jets on the back, that's Oscar Gallagher. So we've got some very talented young riders in this field here. And I think there might be some as well who feel they might have deserved a place in the 1 to 6 final that will be coming up after this. So maybe there's a few extra watts of anger in the pedals to come. So two riders from the Jets, Ruben Smith and Oscar Gallagher. Two riders from Muzz Magic. Sebastian Topping is in fourth place at the moment. Will Emelius, his teammate, in third. One rider each from Life in Lycra. That's Angus Withington, who's currently in second wheel. And Mitchell Stevens from Zero Heroes, currently second last in the bunch. Ruben Smith immediately checking over his shoulder to see if there's a move coming early on. Mitchell Stevens of Zero Heroes starting to move up the right-hand side of the field there. Coming into 2 laps to go, no major moves just yet. Angus Withington sitting in second wheel there. Just checking on his right-hand side to see if there will be space to come around Ruben Smith if and when he wants to. Pace really starting to pick up as they come in towards the line now. Ruben Smith opens up his sprint. He'll be the first one to lead them through. Withington in second spot at the moment. Then it looks like that is Emelius in third place at the moment. Smith still leading as they come into the home straight. The Blackburn rider looking strong. Withington challenging, won't get there. So a win there for Ruben Smith. Second place for Angus Withington. Will Emelius in third spot. Sebastian Topping in fourth. And fifth and sixth shared between Oscar Gallagher and Mitchell Stevens. The final 200 metres covered in just 11.1 seconds. And nice to see a bit of a fist bump there between Angus Withington and Will Emelius. And just like that, there was only one race left in the day. The big final for the men's keirin for positions 1 through to 6. So in the bright yellow of Don't Stop Pedaling in position 1, that's Zaran Fong Sutton. Second place in the black of Brunks is Aubrey Price. Third place in the blue of Muzz Magic is Mitchell Louis. Fourth place in the bright pink of Team Tracheon, that's Xavier Bland. Fifth place in the dark purple of Life in Lycra is Lockie Stewart. And the second rider from Brunks in the black helmet at the back of the train is Riley Boyd. It's been a fantastic day's racing here at the Blackline Track League. Hard to believe that this is the last race of the program, but the good news is there's another day's racing coming up tomorrow. Whistle blows, and our 6 riders file in behind the Derny. So our fastest flying 200 time from the qualifying earlier this afternoon was from Xavier Bland, the rider in the bright pink of Tracheon. Second fastest, I think, was Mitchell Louis, the rider in the bright blue of Muzz Magic. So those two were the quickest over the final 200 metres. Wouldn't be at all surprised to see the likes of Lockie Stewart try a long-range move as soon as the Derny is pulled in. They've got one more pace lap to go now. The Derny starting to get up to close to full speed. Zaran Fong Sutton just checking over his shoulder. Aubrey Price also in close proximity there. There's the blinker. Fong Sutton it is who checks over his shoulder. Aubrey Price also looking over his shoulder for now, as is Mitchell Louis. Everyone looking backwards, but there's nothing coming from behind, at least not for now. Bit of a move coming now from Xavier Bland down the outside. Lockie Stewart trying to get across to him. So the rider from Team Tracheon was the fastest over the flying 200 today. He doesn't want to leave it to that final 200. He's trying to go long here. They come up and get the bell. Bland will lead. Zaran Fong Sutton in second. Aubrey Price from Brunks coming around the outside. Mitchell Louis from Muzz Magic really flying down the outside now, but it's still Bland who's holding on to a good position as they come into the home straight. Will he hold on? Yes, he will. Xavier Bland from Team Tracheon takes the win. Zaran Fong Sutton of Team Don't Stop Pedaling it was, who was in second place there. And I think it might have been Mitchell Louis who got up for third spot in an absolutely fantastic men's keirin final. It was Mitchell Louis who was third, Aubrey Price fourth, Lockie Stewart in fifth place, and Riley Boyd in sixth. The final 200 metres covered in 10.78 seconds. So let's have a big round of applause, not just for the racers in our men's keirin, but all of the riders who have taken part in the Blackline Track League today, for the commissaires who've helped run the event, for all the sponsors who have supported our teams here today. We thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow on Sunday morning for day 2.